Zach Smith is running in the Chicago Marathon.
Right.
And I can say I've never run a marathon.
Right. I haven't
So
either.
he's way beyond me as an athlete. But Bryce asked me if I could come back. We just got back in town from a 39-day trip up to the Pacific Northwest. We got back Monday, and Bryce asked if I could pinch hit for him.
Yeah.
And, here I am.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Now, the 39-day trip, a lot of hiking there. You and Karen, that had to have been fun for you.
Yeah, it was. We'd always wanted to go up north in September because of excuse me, the fall colors just incredible. Obviously, we can never break away in September.
Right.
Because I was, in the newspaper business for 44 years.
Yeah.
So now it's a good time to go, and we wanted to do it, just after we both retired because, we still have a little stamina anyway. We could still get out there on some, pretty challenging hikes, and so we didn't wait around. We went straight up there. We hit 6 national parks.
Wow.
Our main focus was Olympic National Park and North Cascades up in Washington. That's probably where we saw the best fall color. But it's fun to be back in the. Has the weather been like 64? Like
yeah.
It's
been just like this,
okay.
like today. Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
No, you came back at a good time. Maybe you brought this weather with you because it is just picture perfect today.
This is fall football weather.
Right.
This is what you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, tell me this: do you miss any part? I mean, you did it for so long, 44 years. Do you miss any part of that, or are you just fully into retirement? You don't look back? How do you feel about that?
Well, I'd say I'm still in transition.
Gotcha.
I mean, I still miss riding.
Gotcha.
And that's why I'm out here today, and I'm going to be doing some freelancing for the Trib and, maybe a little for AP. And,
okay.
Like you said, when you do it for 44 years, you just don't drop it.
Right.
Get it out of your system, it's always fun to cover games.
Yeah.
I've always enjoyed the atmosphere, at college, high school sports.
Yeah.
And I covered a great high school game last night.
Did you really?
Connolly won on the last play.
Oh, yeah.
52-yard touchdown by Kiefer Sibley.
Wow.
Great player, being highly recruited. Yeah, they beat Gatesville 35-29 on the last play.
What a game.
So that was a pretty good transition game into tonight.
I would say so.
Yeah.
And the beauty of it is you can work when you want to. You can say no if you want to, right?
Yeah, it's not the grind. Obviously newspaper staffs have dwindled
right.
over the years. And, it's a real grind for anybody who's in it. But, I always enjoyed it. I enjoyed it until the end.
Yeah.
And, but, it's great just to kind of get a taste of it now and
Cool. So will you be writing the main game story tonight, or is Bryce doing that, or how do you divide those duties?
Yeah, I'm going to do the game story. Bryce is going to do the column.
Okay.
DJ is also here to help.
Okay, good deal.
And, it'll be fun. I was glad to get that game last night under my belt.
You're right.
Yeah. I think that would kind of help my transition back.
Well, unfortunately, it couldn't be an 11 a.m. game for you. It has to be a 7 p.m., right?
I tell you what, though, getting the chance to watch that Texas OU game, that was a fantastic game. Got a chance to watch the Rangers win. And, I'll take this. Probably be a little past my deadline by the time I get a little past my bedtime. I've been getting to bed like at 10 or 11 to get up early to hike.
That's funny.
So I don't even know if the game's going to be over by then.
Good. What do you think about the matchup? Baylor and Texas Tech have had some great games through the years.
I was happy to see both teams win last week because both were just kind of on a downhill slide, I think. And with Baylor's incredible win, biggest comeback in school history. Tech beat in Houston, by a pretty good score. I think it sets up pretty well. I think it's a pretty pivotal game for both teams,
Very
both
much.
being 2-3, and Joey McGuire coming back for his first game here. That's pretty cool too.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody loved Joey.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
so,
great.
I hope they fill it up pretty well tonight because I think it can be a really good game.
Yeah, I think it will be, and I think it's going to be a great crowd, too. Great that you're here. It's great to see you. Thanks for being on with us, and enjoy working when you want to and being retired the rest of the time, okay?
I'm going to enjoy tonight.
Very nice. John Warner subbing at the Waco Trib tonight. We appreciate him being on with us. Waco Tribune Herald Writers Block. We'll take a break, be back with more in just a moment on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. We'll unveil this week's charity Charity Champion when we come back. Stay tuned for that as we continue live from McLean Stadium and here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota...
All right, it's self-contained, right?
Yep, self-contained, and I'm off mic for a minute.
Okay, yeah,
right. It's long.
8, 10. Yeah. You got about 11 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you. In some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back as we continue on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show, and it is our pleasure each week of home games to introduce to you and announce this week's Charity Champion presented by TFNB, Your Bank for Life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. If I had a drum, I would have a drum roll right now as we introduce to you this week's Charity Champion. It is the Heart of Texas FCA, and we're joined by our good friend Ben Johnson. Ben, congratulations to you. What does this honor being named a Charity Champion mean to you?
Well, thank you, John. It is a tremendous honor. I remember when this program began and just hearing about the great and cool idea from TFNB Bank and many others, I'm sure, are part of that. And to be able to be a part of the club, if you will, but also to spotlight what we get to do, what we're so proud of getting to do, of feel like fulfilling God's calling to minister to coaches and athletes and to share that with a greater audience is a true blessing.
Well, you've done that so well for so many years now, and just stop and think about how many lives you and everyone through FCA have impacted here in Central Texas.
I tell people this often, whether I'm writing a thank you note or I'm just visiting with folks who are partnering with us by support or time or service. We're going to celebrate tremendously in heaven someday, and we so look forward to that. And yet we don't often look back enough here on earth and to see all the ways that God has worked through us and others to impact lives. And so it is awesome to be a part of, to think about the Victory Bowl for the number of years we've done it now, to the camps and the weekly huddles that happen with over 100 schools that meet weekly. It is incredible, the amount of people involved just right here in Central Texas.
You mentioned some of the ways you do impact young people and coaches, the Victory Bowls that you instituted, and I say bowls plural now. Boy, those have been tremendously well received.
They have, yeah, and it's the biggest thing we do and work on year round, but the volume of people that have been involved over the years that have played, coached, cheered, performed if they're in the band, been a host home, and the number of families that have done that for almost every year, some of them every single year for 15 years, and the stories that they have to share that they stop Catherine or I with or other of our staff with about the opportunity to have people they don't know in their home and how that impacted them and their kids has just been it's awesome.
What will this do, being named a charity champion, to help spread the word of what you do and just spreading the good name of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes?
Yeah, we hope it's a great celebration for so many in the stands. I know we're inviting a lot of former Baylor athletes who were FCA leaders or involved with FCA to come by the tailgate, the TFNB the tent outside the stadium, and hopefully get to see some of them. We get some of them who are here in town, we'll get to see still, but some of them who are living in other parts of Texas who will hopefully be here at the game today. To be able to reconnect with them, but also those in the crowd who are involved with FCA over the years, they're going to hopefully be excited to hear FCA over the PA and on the video board, and to know that that's something that they were involved in, and hopefully it just raises more awareness of the impact that's going on, and also the opportunity to jump in where the God has them in their hometown and their community, and dive in with that opportunity, as Coach Tapp always says.
Yeah. All right, you've got the floor now. You've got an audience. Tell folks how they could get involved or how they can support. In what ways could they support your mission?
Absolutely. Well, our greatest needs are often people. And so we have lots of folks who are serving as volunteers, again, as a host home during All-Star Week, as a volunteer character coach with a team, which is essentially functions as a chaplain. We have a number of people who come alongside huddles that happen at local junior high or high school, and they want to serve and help that coach or teacher who's sponsoring the huddle and come alongside them and help provide a meal, or just help provide support by being there, because maybe the coach is running off the practice field to get to the huddle, and they can be there to help and be a bridge until that happens. We have a number of people who volunteer at our events, the Grant Taft Golf Tournament every year, our banquet that happens at the Farrell Center every year, the Victory Bowl, the games that happen where we need individuals to serve there to make sure they're run well. Our greatest need from a financial perspective is to grow our monthly support for our staff. All of our staff are self-funded missionaries, and so the support for them doesn't come from passing an offering plate, because we don't have a church. We're not the church. Doesn't come from the National Support Center, which is awesome. But it comes from relationships with people and individuals and churches and businesses who say, hey, we believe in the mission of FCA to impact coaches who will then impact athletes and who will influence their school and their community and so on. And so to grow our monthly donor base so that we can plan and budget and perform and free up our staff so that they can go minister and serve. And so those are some of our greatest areas of need as we continue to try to advance the gospel forward.
Final thought, you mentioned Coach Taft and his support and his just lending his name to your fundraising golf tournament, which was just last month. How great is that to be connected with Coach Taft in this way? He's
awesome. John, I know you know that, and the people who are listening to this before the game, you know that because you're a Baylor fan. But, since Catherine and I moved here in 2007, Coach Taft and Donnell, his wife, have been so encouraging and uplifting. I went and saw Coach this summer and just go by and visit and check in on him. And they're immediately turning it around on me. Ben, how are you doing? How's your family? How can we pray for you? What do you need? And that's just the kind of people they are. And then to go a step further and use their influence. And so, folks at the game, you're going to see a video between the first and second quarter. And I had 30 seconds, to put the video. And I could not do a 30-second video without talking about Coach
Right.
Taft. And so you'll see that today, Baylor fans, on the video, because we would not be here to do what we get to do, not just in Central Texas, but throughout the United States, with the impact of Coach Taft and Tom Landry, for that matter, as well.
Well, what a great supporter he has been, and Ben, count me among your supporters and the supporters of FCA. And congratulations on this honor. Very well deserved, and congratulations on being named this week's TFNB Charity Champion.
Thank you, John. Go Bears.
That's nice. That's Ben Johnson, Heart of Texas, FCA. They are this week's TFNB, Your Bank for Life Charity Champion. And congratulations to the Heart of Texas FCA. We'll take a break and be back with more in just a moment on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. Keep it here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile.
Hey, John.
Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Have you gone gold yet? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor bookstore at the upcoming Go Gold dates. To stay
Okay, we got a little over a minute.
golden opportunities,
Then we're going to take this right up, right, and count down?
Go Gold and sick 'em Bears.
We've still got another segment.
Everything we do for you.
First,
Oh, yeah, then we...
This is the segment with
monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set.
Okay, yeah, then we go to 10, but we don't have to time out 10. We time out the countdown to kickoff, right?
Fly online.
Okay, that's what I was... I just remembered as I was reading it out loud how we did it.
Requirements apply. Member NCUA.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco, during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Show. We are brought to you by Baylor alumni, bringing the Baylor family together. Also brought to you by Pizza Hut. Call or go online to pizzahut.com to order your game day meal. Pizza Hut delivers home gating with pizza, wings, and pasta. Look around the Big 12, couple of night games coming up this evening. Last night, Oklahoma State beat Kansas State. Big win for the Cowboys, 29-21. Earlier today, the showdown, the Red River rivalry game. Oklahoma drives for a late score to win over Texas, 34-30 the final score. Kansas has defeated UCF today, 51-22 is that score. The other game coming up, same kick as ours, TCU at Iowa State. Let's look at one of the great games in Baylor football history. Let's go back to October 12th, 2019. It was here at McLean Stadium, Baylor and Texas Tech, a game that needed not one but 2 overtimes to decide.
All right, 3 minutes.
October 12th, 2019. Homecoming at McLean Stadium as the 22nd ranked and undefeated Bears hosted Texas Tech in front of a sellout crowd wearing Sailor Bear on their green helmets. And the Texas Farm Bureau insurance shootout was anything but in the first half as Tech led 6-3 at halftime. But the fireworks came out early in the third quarter as quarterback Charlie Brewer ran in the first of his 3 rushing touchdowns on the day. Brewer fakes the handoff. He's going to run it. Right side. Brewer to the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Charlie Brewer. Touchdown, Baylor Bears. Baylor takes the lead on the first possession of the third quarter. Brewer was also 24 of 37 for 352 yards passing in the game. And trailing 20-17 in the fourth quarter, he led the Bears on an 11-play, 89-yard scoring drive in only a minute 37 seconds to set up a game-tying field goal attempt from John Mayers. All right, basically an extra point here to tie it, and most likely force overtime. 3 seconds on the clock. Good snap, good hold. John Mayer's kick is good. And we're tied at 20 with triple zeros on the clock in regulation. We'll play overtime. Baylor and Tech on homecoming here at McLean Stadium. In overtime, the teams traded touchdowns. Then in the second overtime, the Baylor defense forced a Texas Tech field goal.
while the offense got itself in position to win on the legs of Jamichael Hasty.
Now Baylor has 5 yards to seal this game, get out of here with the double.
First and goal from the 5 for the Bears. A touchdown wins it for Baylor in the second overtime. Charlie Brewer with Hasty in the backfield. Takes the snap. Give to Hasty. He's in. Touchdown, Jamichael.
1 minute.
The Bears win in 2 overtimes over Texas Tech. The Bears are 6-0 on the season. Listen to this crowd. What a great crowd at McLean Stadium. The Bears win it over Texas Tech. They are undefeated at 6-0. They are 3-0 in Big 12 conference play. Man, oh man, happy homecoming, Baylor family.
33-30. Baylor the final score in double overtime as the Bears ran their record to 6-0 on the season and 3-0 in Big 12 conference play on their way to an eventual Big 12 championship game appearance.
10 seconds.
2019, this week's great game in Baylor football history.
One for the ages there, a double overtime win by Baylor on homecoming over Texas Tech, October 12th, 2019. Bears and Red Raiders come up tonight. We'll talk about it with Jerry Hill after a break. That will wrap up our Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show, and we'll be right back with Jerry here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care.
Alrighty, I'll count you down when we get close.
For dedicated optometrists and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts.
Oh, yes.
With the most experienced optical team in Waco.
20 seconds before.
The art dry eye that rejuvenate the eye with safe, non-invasive treatment for comfort of life.
2940, yes.
It's official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
he beat me to it because I don't math good. I don't math too good.
Why more Central Texas are making savings accounts to earn cash back.
But yeah, we only need 20 because there's no legal because, so top of the hour. I mean, bottom of the hour.
Be your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Will do, and I'll start with them as usual.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story. When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Well, winning in Lubbock 45-17.
Yeah, that was one of the, when I talked about all the close games, that's one of the kind of the anomalies was it was just, it was Baylor's night. I mean, I think 5 interceptions, just really played well, and it didn't matter what quarterback Tech put in there because I think 3 different guys threw interceptions. So Baylor's defense played really well, and obviously the offense did its job as well. But yeah, that was Baylor. I think that was their peak. That in Oklahoma, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Those back-to-back games on the road. I mean, that was kind of the peak for Baylor when they were playing at their very best.
Do you think, or how much do you think there is a factor of Joey McGuire knowing Coach Aranda, having coached here? How much of a factor might that be tonight?
You know, I wrote about it a little bit, I think, in maybe one of my keys. I think the farther it gets away, it's maybe less of an impact.
Makes sense.
Now, he obviously was here with Dave, so, you know, he knows how Dave thinks. Dave knows a little bit about how Joey thinks. So I think there's some of that still. And then what I was thinking about even was, like, players that he might have recruited or players that he coached. So as he gets farther and farther away from that, it's 2 years down the road, or almost 2 full years down the road. So, but certainly that's a factor. And maybe, I don't know, on the sidelines, do you maybe have to change up your signals and stuff?
Right.
You know, because obviously he was keyed in on that stuff. So, you know, have to be a little more protective about that and maybe change some things up.
Well, that was a thought last year and even 2 years ago. Remember, Joey left in the middle of the season.
But he was here at the game, right?
I think that's right.
I think he was up in the – he wasn't down on the sidelines.
Right. That wouldn't be legal. Right. But so that was a factor that year, especially because Joey McGuire was very fresh from leaving the staff.
Right, and that was a close game.
Yeah.
Wasn't that was that a field goal at the end or something? It seems like that one was a close one as well. And that was not a great Tech team by any means. Obviously, you know, they'd already gotten rid of the coach, or you know, Joey had already been hired, so that was not a real good Tech team. But you know, Baylor, I think, had to pull that one out or something, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was 27-24 Baylor in the conference championship season.
Yeah, and Tech had a long field goal to tie it at the very end and didn't make it. And I think it was that kicker's, like, first miss.
Garibay,
Yeah, his first miss of the year. He hadn't missed an extra point or a field goal. Wow. But it was a long one, not quite as long as the one, what was that, the 59-yard.
Last week?
Last week, yeah. It wasn't that long, but it was a pretty long, 50 maybe, 50, you know, something like that. So, yeah, you're right. That definitely played a factor that year.
Well, how do you think things play out tonight? What are a couple of the keys this evening?
Yeah, John, I think, you know, Baylor needs to kind of build on that momentum that they got last week. You know, you don't want to live in the past and you know, think, you know, stay in the clouds or whatever, but I think you build the momentum off of that and kind of carry that into this game. And then, you know, you got to protect the ball and win the, you know, make third downs and then get them off the field on third downs. I think that's a couple of the key things there.
A lot of gold on the field and in the stands. Someone said they were hoping Tech would wear all red tonight. So it'd be the ketchup and mustard matchup this evening.
Oh, that would be ugly.
Can you imagine that? But Tech is wearing red pants but white jerseys and black helmets tonight. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. And, man, the weather is just absolutely perfect, isn't it?
This is great, John. This is finally football weather. I guess our first one of the year.
It really is.
It'll be fun. Great atmosphere, great weather.
20.
Right. Jerry, thank you very much.
Thanks, Johnny.
Jerry Hill, Baylor Insider. Good to get his thoughts on the matchup tonight, Baylor and Texas Tech. We'll continue with the countdown to kickoff coming up in just a couple of minutes. Bears and Red Raiders, top of the hour. Keep it here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You've been listening.
Perfect. Back with you in 20 seconds. Well, minute 40.
Stay tuned for the Baylor football countdown to kickoff. Coming up next on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Sick 'em Bears. This is the Baylor football countdown to kickoff on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier, ER, and urgent care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Coming up, we'll break down today's game, check scores, and take you inside Baylor football. And now, let's go live to the booth with the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris.
Perfect day for Big 12 football here on the banks of the Brazos. Glad you're with us. John Morris alongside JJ Joe. Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician. Bob Baker, our engineer. Ricky Thompson's at field level this evening. And JJ, let's make the point. It's 68 degrees right now. It'll maybe be in the 50s by the end of the game. Ricky in long pants today, really for the first time all season. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and John, I went down there just to check on the temperature to make sure it's perfect for Ricky.
Yes.
And he was smiling. He was smiling. And, Rick, it's hard to get Ricky to smile.
Rick, nice weather tonight, right? It only took us till October 7th to get it.
Yeah, it's perfect, and the suntan on the legs are gone anyway. So it was time. Man, this is just perfect. It'll get cooler as the night goes, which is going to be perfect for these guys. A little windy earlier when we were walking to the tailgate, but you can see these flags now, and they're perfectly still. So no wind, that shouldn't be a factor. Perfect night for football.
Beautiful night. It's a gold out here at McLean Stadium. Baylor's wearing all gold. Fans encouraged to wear gold here to McLean Stadium tonight as well. And Ricky, this is a real key game for both these teams, both 2-3 on the season and 1-1 in Big 12 play.
Well, it sure is, and they've both had some tough games along the way to get to this point, but whichever team wins this, 2-1 in league play, 3-3 on the season, that's a huge spot, a lot different than 2-4, obviously. And the good thing about that for the Bears is next week's open. Win this one, you've got a couple of weeks to get ready for Cincinnati, let some little injuries heal along the way. This will be a huge one for both teams, particularly for the Bears.
Yeah, very much so. And JJ, the hope is Baylor just rides that wave of the fourth quarter and the win over UCF last week. Quite simply, the biggest comeback in Baylor football history, coming from 28 points down to win over the Knights 36-35 last week.
Yeah, and John, what I'm hoping is you do get a little carryover, and you can. But we can't forget that the first three quarters, we really struggled to kind of find rhythm. But I think having Blake back is huge for a football team. And me and Ricky were talking about this down there. The interrelationship between the offense and defense, is huge. And when they see that, okay, we have an opportunity, our starter's back, our leader is back, he's making plays, that bleeds to the defense, and hopefully that means they play much better as well.
How about that fourth quarter last week? Baylor scored the last 29 points of the game, and there was a 26-0 shutout by Baylor in the fourth quarter to win that game. That was remarkable, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was. And I think I remember, I forget what the statement was, but they talked about Matt Jones. They said Matt Jones, he saw something Blake did, and he looked at him, and he looked back and said, hey, man, we got to go play. And that's what I'm talking about. So you got to think about it. The 26 is great, but the 26 doesn't mean anything unless you get the 0.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Biggest comeback in Baylor history, coming from 28 points down to win that game. We'll see how that has translated to the week of practice and on the field tonight against Texas Tech. Well, the return to McLean Stadium by the Red Raiders tonight brings Joey McGuire back to Waco. For 5 years, an assistant here at Baylor. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll hear from the Red Raiders' second-year head coach, Joey McGuire. It's the Bears and the Red Raiders coming up, top of the hour, and this is the countdown to kickoff. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuelson.
And this is just that short actuality, right?
Get 10% off MSRP.
Yeah, okay, it's ready.
On all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10%.
Okay, I'll be back in just a second.
RP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
This is Walter Abercrombie, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, with a special invitation to join us November 3rd for our 2023 Baylor Athletic Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor induction banquet. This year's outstanding class includes Max Muncy from Baylor Baseball, basketball standout and longtime radio analyst Pat Nunley, The Hall of Fame class also includes Ken Quisenberry and J.D. Walton from football, track and field's Tiffany Townsend, Sandy Forsyth Massey, and Stan Curry, and Dennis Lukash from men's tennis. Also recognized will be former tennis letter winner George Chandler as the latest addition to the B Association's Wall of Honor. The 2023 induction banquet will be held Friday, November 3rd at the Cashin Building on Baylor campus. For tickets or table sponsorships, contact Tammy Harden at 254-710-3045 or email her at tammy_harden@baylor.edu. We hope to see you there.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football, on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Up on the field here at McLean Stadium, crowd continues to come in. It's going to be a very nice crowd for this matchup between Baylor and Texas Tech. Countdown to kickoff brought to you in part by Premier ER and Urgent Care. Premier ER and Urgent Care is the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary, just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. Mentioned Joey McGuire, the head coach at Texas Tech. We around here know him well, have great respect for Joey. He was on first Matt Rule's staff, then Dave Aranda's staff, 5 years total. And JJ got a great opportunity to take over as the head coach at Texas Tech. So now in his second year there, and it really, I say this, I've said it several times, he's just a great fit for that school.
I think he is. If you've ever met Joe, and I have, and John, I think the personality fits West Texas. It's a different kind of person. You think Sonny Dykes, you think Mike Leach, and Joey kind of, not that he's simple, but I mean, he fits that. And also, I mean, on his staff too, John, one of my really longtime friends, Kenny Perry, I went to high school and played with Kenny, and I actually went down and got to talk to him.
Oh,
so
good.
They have a really good staff, and Joey and Kenny have known each other for a long time, but Joey's a great guy.
Programs know each other really well. When Joey took the job, he took more than that, he took 13 people from Baylor.
How many?
13
well, I don't like
total.
I
know. Josh Bookbinder's now the inside linebackers coach. Josh Cochran is the tight end coach. Others in other roles at Texas Tech. But Joey McGuire, and he knows Baylor well, and Baylor knows him well. Also, here is Joey McGuire, the second-year head coach at Texas Tech, talking about Baylor.
The thing that they're doing really well right now is, they do a great job running the football, play action, big plays. You saw 80 have a huge day in the second half. I mean, a huge day. But it comes back from getting your leader. I mean, Blake Shapen, I think, really is the heartbeat of that team. You can see the way that, he played. And here's a guy coming off an injury in one of his last plays. Man, he pulls it down and, picks up like 8 or 9 yards, to get him in good position in the center of the field to kick the field goal to win the game. And so, those guys know those guys well, know that coaching staff well, have some really good.
10 seconds.
I'm excited to go back to Waco and play in that stadium. It's a cool place to play, and, it's going to be a great atmosphere.
Joey McGuire, second-year head coach at Texas Tech. Ricky Thompson, I think there's a real mutual respect. Don't you feel that between these two staffs?
Well, I think there is. There has to be. When you've worked with guys and you've spent as much time as coaches do together, you either respect each other a lot or you don't like each other. And I think it's just the opposite with these guys. I think there's a ton of respect, and that makes this game even more exciting, guys, because I think maybe you want to beat your friends more than you want to beat your enemies. So that makes it pretty special.
Yeah, great matchup all the way around. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more in just a moment. What to watch for in this game tonight from Ricky Thompson and JJ Joe. We'll have that when we come back on the Countdown to Kickoff, live from McLean Stadium and here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story. When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Inside McLean Stadium in Waco, Baylor and Texas Tech continuing warm-ups on the field. We'll kick it off at 7:10 this evening. 7:10, the official kickoff time for this Big 12 matchup between these two. Let's get now what to watch for in the game tonight from Ricky Thompson and JJ Joe. JJ, is there a particular person, a position, matchup that you're going to keep a close eye on tonight?
Well, John, looking at the Baylor offense, and I really liked what I saw, but I think this week Baylor can once again run the ball against Tech. But to run the ball against Tech, and I know I sound repetitive, you got to get blocked. There are two defensive tackles. Tony Bradford, number 97, Jalen Hutchins, number 95. Not overly tall guys. They're 6 foot, 6'1" apiece, but they're right around 300 pounds. Pretty good athletes, move laterally good, and they take chances. I think it's Tony Bradford. No, I'm sorry, Jalen Hutchins has 6.5 tackles for loss on the season, which is really good. So Baylor, that interior line, if we can control those guys, we should be able to run the ball today and get Richard Reese and those guys going.
All right, very good. Ricky, how about you?
Well, I tell you what, last week I thought that early particularly we didn't do a real good job getting pressure on the quarterback or really stopping the run either. And I'm going to take our defensive ends, T.J. Franklin, Gabe Hall. I think it's important for these guys to really have good games. I thought the last couple weeks, the offensive tackles, opposing offensive tackles, have done a really good job of taking these guys out of the game. So let's look for those defensive ends, Franklin and Hall, to have a good game, a big game, and stop this running game led by Taj Brooks from Tech.
Yeah, Taj Brooks has been really good lately. Ricky, thank you very much. Brooks has been over 100 yards rushing in 3 straight games. He had 158, the win over Tarleton, 149 in a 7-point loss to West Virginia, and 101 last week in their win over the University of Houston. He's 4th in the Big 12 in rushing, 104.6 yards per game. One other factor in this game is Baylor being at home. We said a gold out. You'll be able to pick out the Baylor fans quite easily in the stands. And Texas Tech is 0-2 on the road this year. They lost a non-conference game at Wyoming, and then they lost that game at West Virginia to open Big 12 play. JJ, they are 1-6 under Joey McGuire in true road games. So maybe that would be a factor tonight as well.
Yeah, and John, it may be. I mean, I'll tell you, though, that they've played decent games. I mean, the Wyoming game, I think Wyoming is a little bit better than we thought because they went to Austin and played UT to a 10-10, I think, tied into the 4th. So, I mean, I think Joey in the second year is really probably trying to institute his program, and one of those last things that you get across sometimes is, hey, how we travel and how we play when we're not in the comfy confines of their stadium.
Yeah, it could be a factor, so we'll see that. Hopefully from a Baylor perspective, it will be a factor in this game tonight. Told you that both teams have identical records, 2-3 overall, 1-1 in Big 12 conference play. And how about this? Both teams, their 3 losses this year are to teams with a combined 13-2 record. Exactly the same for Baylor and for Texas Tech. How about that?
Wow, that's amazing.
So we'll see how things play out tonight in this game. Baylor has won 4 of the last 5 and 2 straight over Tech in the series. Take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. Coach Aranda's pregame comments when we come back. Kickoff, top of the hour, Baylor and Texas Tech. And our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco.
Okay, and in and out with that.
Service and care. Dr. Leanne Green.
All righty, well, you got it.
Dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye.
545.
Impressive variety of contacts and eyewear.
Okay.
Experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. That right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back inside McLean Stadium. Let's continue on our pregame show. Visit now with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. Coach, what's the bounce? Is there a bounce with this team this week in practice coming off a big win last week on the road?
Appreciate that. There has been. I thought practice all week long. There's a great energy about it. There's great focus. I feel like there's a chip on the shoulder of the team, and I think deservedly so, rightfully so, just for how the season's gone and how we performed and, you know, what our expectation is and kind of what it's been and what an opportunity tonight to do something about it.
Last week, not only the win on the road, but the way you won it, coming from so far down to win the game, that's got to be a huge boost for everybody.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I think there's guys obviously that really believed. I think there's guys that wanted to believe, maybe had to see a little bit more. I think we've got everybody believing now, and I think that's just kind of, that happens every year. A couple of years ago, there's a big win versus Iowa State where I think it's kind of the similar thing, and so we're hoping to translate that, you know, after a good week and into a win tonight versus a real tough opponent.
Getting Blake Shapen back was obviously a plus. Gosh, that was good to see him out there and looked like he was giving it everything he had.
Yeah, you look at 2 games in a row for him where he's just battling and just taking hits and making throws and showing leadership and all of it. I mean, we have to protect him better. I think it's just at the rate of these last 2 games. You know, how are we going to make it to the end of this thing? And so we have to protect him better. Our aim is to do that. We're working on getting the ball out faster and working on tempos to try to be able to help kind of keep that pass rush at bay, help out our O-line. But way appreciative and blessed to have Blake and everything he's gone through. I think he's by far the unquestioned leader of our team.
It's great to see Richard Reese get to 100 yards rushing in that game. Is that him just progressing in some ways? Is it the offensive line? Is it a combination of those things?
Appreciate that. I think it's both. I think the offensive line in the second half particularly played the best ball that they've have all year long, and it does, you know, I think any time that you have success and you have a win, it does wonders for your confidence. I think more than any group, it really helps the O-line. We were able to run the ball when we needed to. When we had to. It was really kind of the first time all year that was the case. And I think for Richard, just his ability to continue to develop and evolve as a runner, and he's in there in protections, he's releasing on routes, he's doing all the things now, and so he's growing into a dual threat, and we're excited for him. I think the best is yet to come for him.
The win over UCF, you outscored the Knights 26-0 in the fourth quarter. 26 points is great, but a big 0 by your defense. That was huge, wasn't it?
It was. You know, for sure you like to start faster, and I think there's things that throughout the season were our emphasis throughout the week, and we're making points of it, and you know, and for whatever reason we get to games and immediately, you know, for this past Saturday, it's not there. There's been a couple games where it's not there at all, you know, and so we're making progress on that front, and obviously we'd all like to make faster progress, and I just feel like whether it's a way we could coach it better, or it's a way that we have to be able to drill it better, or there's a way that as a player, you know, I have my habits centered around doing it better. You know, that we're all about that, and so we're exhausting all of it to be able to try to start fast, finish strong, put 4 quarters of defensive football together.
What is the challenge with Texas Tech tonight?
Offensively, they're a dynamic team. They're fast tempo, big receivers on the outside, fast guys on the inside. They got a running back, I think, is really very talented, is patient, falls forward. You know, they go for it on 4th down quite a bit, similar to us. And, you know, I think with all the space and everything you got to defend, I mean, if you give up 4 yards on a screen, or it's a run or any of that, I mean, you're going to get to where it's 4th and 2, 4th and 1, and it's hard to defend with all that space. And so they just kind of get it going, and the tempo rolls, and then after a while they get it, you know, you miss a tackle and it's 20 yards and all that. And so I think the discipline part of it, the negative play part of it, I think if we play and there's no negative plays by us, we're not creating negative plays versus them, and they're on track, you know, 1st and 10 and 2nd and 5 and 3rd and 2 and all that, very difficult to play. If we can create negative plays and get them off track, then defensively we'll play better. Offensively, we've got to use tempo to our advantage, and we've got to score points, so we got to score points early.
Very good. Gold out here at McLean Stadium. A lot of gold and a home crowd, and Coach, looking forward to it. Thanks very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
It's Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. It's the Bears and the Red Raiders here at McLean Stadium. Coming up, more of our pregame show after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Strains of our national anthem by the Baylor Golden Wave Band here at McLean Stadium. It is Baylor and Texas Tech coming up. J.J. Joe, how about the keys to the game tonight? How are the Bears going to get a big win over the Red Raiders?
Well, John, 3 things. The first thing is a number, of course. I like numbers. 30 is the number, and that number stands for many things. 30-plus rushes is what I think what Baylor needs today between Dominic Richardson, Dawson Pendergrass, and also Richard Reese. They also need 30 points, and I think 30 minutes time of possession with these two teams that want to run the ball. The next one is Corral Brooks. He's run for 100 yards in the last 3 games. Baylor needs to break that string tonight to really have a good chance of slowing this Tech offense and getting out of here with a W. And the last thing is even. We know the Take 3 moniker. Joey ran that to Texas Tech, and I know we still do it. But so you just got to stay even. I don't think we need to be plus to beat this team if we play the right kind of football. So be even in the turnover category. And I think those 3 things will put you in position to get out of here with a W.
All right, very good. JJ's keys to the game. Baylor looking for a big win, would be back-to-back wins in the Big 12, and would be huge momentum going into an open date next Saturday. As much as I love and respect that good old Baylor line, that's what we heard as we came back. So we heard part of that good old Baylor line. We'll take a break and be back with more in just a moment. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
It is Baylor and Texas Tech coming up from here at McLean Stadium this evening, thanks to TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. They are our game sponsor tonight for the Bears and the Red Raiders. We'll visit with David Littlewood coming up at halftime. Take our final pregame break and back with the starting lineups, the officials meeting at midfield, then toe meets leather. Baylor and Tech coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Join us October 26th at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in Waco for our next Lunch with a Legend, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach. Our special guest will be former Baylor basketball standout Tweety Carter.
Oh, yeah, it's last spot.
Player development on Scott Drew's staff. Tickets are available now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's 1:10, so it should be good.
8,300. Join us as we hear from fan favorite Tweety Carter, October 26th, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach.
This is Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's game is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Get ready. Kickoff is just moments away. Let's go back to the booth with John Morris.
Having just completed our national anthem clears the field. We are getting closer to football here at McLean Stadium. The Baylor line is gathered in the ramp at the south end of McLean Stadium. They'll run onto the field, and then the teams will join them, and we'll have football tonight, Baylor and Texas Tech. JJ, how about our legend, our BU legend, who's walking out toward midfield tonight to get the crowd going? That is Andrew Billings, played here from Waco High and now in the pros with the Chicago Bears, and great to have Andrew Billings back at Waco.
John, I wish we had him back in Waco. That Andrew
Suit him
Billings,
up, right?
man, he was a big-time football player on some really good teams, but great to have Andrew back.
So Bill is down there. He'll lead the crowd in the stadium chant. We'll have that coming up in just a moment. Let's check scores around the Big 12, and again, one game will kick off right as ours does tonight. That is TCU at Iowa State. We'll keep you apprised of that one. Earlier today, a battle of unbeatens at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Oklahoma drove 75 yards in 5 plays, a minute 2 off the clock in the closing seconds to win over Texas. 34-30 the final score. Oklahoma goes to 6-0 on the season. They are 3-0 in Big 12 conference play. Texas is their first loss of the season. They are 5-1. They are 2-1 in the Big 12. Oklahoma State beat Kansas State last night. Big win for the Cowboys playing in Stillwater. So Oklahoma State wins that one 29-21 the final score. And Kansas knocked off UCF today 51-22. Wow. Jayhawks came out of the gate strong, had a big lead on UCF. At one point, given the fourth quarter last Saturday, Baylor outscoring UCF 26-0, and then a 27-0 start to the game today. Wow. UCF had been outscored 53-0 in their 2 most recent quarters. Wow. So they did get on the board, but Kansas wins going away 51-22 the final score. Those are the games in the Big 12 this weekend with the one last night, Kansas State at Oklahoma State. JJ, it is a gold out. There's a lot of gold in the stands. That is fun. Look at all the Spirit Squad yell leaders. They're all in gold. Baylor team in gold, gold pants, gold jerseys, and a gold helmet tonight. So you can, again, pick out the Baylor fans pretty easily here in the stands.
Yeah, John, it's good to see the commitment to gold, and it matches the Baylor line. There it is, John, in the middle. It's about the 5-yard line. 5 people go down. but nevertheless, really bright uniforms. I'm still trying to assess, kind of where this falls in my ranking order.
Here.
Right? I'm trying to figure this one out. But it is a lot of gold. The young people like it, and that's what it's about.
Well, Lakeisha Joe is up here. We might get her opinion on the all-gold uniforms.
She has her gold on, John.
Very nice. Very nice. Baylor line runs onto the field. That is fun to see. There was a huge pileup, as JJ said, about the 5-yard line, but everybody appears to be okay.
We do have waivers in place.
Yes. Get them to sign those before they run with the Baylor line. Now the teams will come out momentarily. We'll take you down to the field and listen in to the toss of the coin. So big game tonight in a lot of ways, big for both Baylor and Texas Tech. It is the first Baylor football game. She's not in attendance, but born earlier today is Callie James Hilgenkamp. She is the beautiful daughter of Nate and Adelie Hilgenkamp and JC's sister. So congratulations to the Hilgenkamps, adding to their wonderful family. Callie James Hilgenkamp, born today. That'll explain Nate's absence as the mic man, you'll understand, from the game coming up this evening. Ricky Thompson, is Ricky back out? Yeah, all right, let's see if we can go down and check in with Ricky. We were talking about it earlier. There have been some really memorable games in this series, haven't there, between Baylor and Texas Tech? Any of those stand out in your mind?
Well, I think 2 of those, and both of them were in Waco. Of course, we had a long series in Arlington and in the big win in Lubbock. But the conference championship year in the 27-24 win, Tech had a chance to kick a field goal with a really good kicker on the last play. Didn't get it. And then the overtime victory, double overtime here in Waco in the game before that. So the last 2 games here have been overtime and a 3-point Baylor victory. That's about as close as you can get.
That's really good. Here come the Bears running onto the field, those all-gold uniforms. Here, Baylor onto the field at McLean Stadium. A 2-overtime game in 2019, a 33-30 Baylor win. John Mayers with the field goal that won it for Baylor in double overtime. So huge win. Well, no, I've got that wrong. Mayers had the field goal that won it 2 years ago here. The double overtime game was a touchdown run by Jamichael Hasty in the second overtime that won it for the Bears. Let's talk again about that comeback last week by Baylor to get the 36-35 win over UCF. Told you the largest comeback in Baylor history. It is the largest comeback by an FBS school since 2019. And JJ, it stopped a string of 892 straight games where a team lost when trailing by as much as 25 entering the fourth quarter. 892 games had taken place, and Baylor snapped that string in a big way with a big win last week.
Well, I can understand why that string is in place. Usually 20 points, 3+ touchdowns in the fourth.
Today you'll call the toss.
Go, but John, we're about to have the flip of the coin.
That is tails.
Let's go down to midfield.
Big 12 logo is heads. School's on the other side, it's tails. What is your call?
Tails.
Tails has been called.
Call is tails.
It is a head. Baylor, you've won the toss. Defer to the second half. Good ball. Which way would you like to kick? Go ahead and turn around. Guys, switch it. Go ahead. Baylor's won the toss. Deferred their choice to the second half. Texas Tech will receive in this end zone. Gentlemen, have a great ball game.
Baylor will kick it off from left to right. They have deferred after winning the toss. They'll get the ball to begin the second half tonight. Matt Jones, Monterey Baldwin, Gabe Hall, and Blake Chapin, the 4 captains for the Bears at midfield for the start of this game tonight. Here is our officiating crew. You heard the voice of the referee, Michael Vandervelde. Here's the entire Big 12 crew working tonight's game.
Michael Vandervelde, Mandeville, Louisiana, referee.
John Braun, Ogden, Utah, headline judge.
Rick Pedraza, Omaha, Nebraska, umpire.
Gene Simcoe, replay official, El Paso, Texas.
Chris Talent, center judge, Leawood, Kansas.
Fulton Carson, side judge, Raymond, Mississippi.
Darren Deckert, line judge, Los Angeles, California.
Robert Acel, field judge, Frisco, Texas.
Robert Lewis, back judge, Shawnee, Kansas.
Tony Bates, replay, Windsor, Colorado.
That's our officiating crew working tonight's game. Thanks to Bob Baker, who goes down and makes nice with the officials to record with them. And we appreciate their cooperation with us. So the Bears get set to kick it from north to south, from left to right. Nice crowd here at McLean Stadium for this key Big 12 matchup, Baylor and Texas Tech. Bears lead the series, the all-time series, by 1. 41-39 and one tie, and the Bears have won 2 straight and 4 of the last 5 in the series. Make sure it's Jack Stone back there to kick off for the Bears. It is. They had kicking competition this week, or for the kickoff spot. Jack hit a couple out of bounds last week, but he has retained that starting role. Approaches the ball, toe meets leather, and the opening kick is in the air. Returned out from the 2 to the 10 to the 20 to the 25-yard line. So the 25 is where Texas Tech will start this game, their first possession of the night. Xavier White with the return for the Red Raiders. For the starters for Texas Tech offensively, Monroe Mills, the left tackle, Caleb Rogers, the right tackle, Jacoby Jackson starting at left guard, in place of the injured Cole Spencer. Rusty Stats at center, Dennis Wilburn plays at right guard. Taj Brooks in the backfield, 4th leading rusher in the Big 12. Baron Morton is the quarterback, sophomore from Eastland. Morton has taken over after the injury to Tyler Shuck. This is his 6th career start, his 2nd consecutive start for Morton at quarterback. Takes the snap, turns, hands the ball to Brooks. Brooks slung down by Matt Jones, but not until a 5-yard gain out to the 30. Taj Brooks, again, a 5'10", 230-pound senior running back out of Maynard. Quick snap, we'll see that tempo all night. Brooks again gets to the outside. Watch out around Chateau-Reed. Devin Bobby bumps him out of bounds, far side. Boy, that one, he got to the edge quickly, JJ, and made yardage out to the 48-yard line.
Yeah, once again, John, we see that teams able to get to the edge pretty quickly on that one. You know, the defensive end, I'm trying to get over what TJ Franklin side. But nevertheless, they got to the edge pretty quickly, got a nice little gain now. All of a sudden, 1st and 10 from the 48.
Looks like Kyler Jordan on that other end outside. So an 18-yard pickup, 1st and 10 from the 48 for Texas Tech. Snap back to Morton. Sticks the ball in the gut of the tailback. Brooks this time stacked up after a modest 2-yard gain to the 50-yard line. Brooks 2 yards on that. Baylor up front, Kyler Jordan at the jack position. TJ Franklin, Cooper Lands, Gabe Hall up front. Josh White to start at the weak side linebacker spot in the absence of Mike Smith out for the year after a knee injury. Matt Jones, the Bears' leading tackler in the middle, a West Texan, 6'3", 251-pound senior out of Odessa Permian, and Bryson Jackson at the star position. Here's 2nd and 8 for Texas Tech from midfield. Snap back to Morton, flares it out, right side, it is caught and bumped out of bounds immediately after making the catch. Josh White bumps him out of bounds, but a gain of about 4 yards will leave Texas Tech 3rd down and 4.
And you can see the strategy for Tech. They want to run that ball to Taj Brooks, and I understand why. 100-plus yards in the last 3 games consecutively. And then next thing they want to do is they want to keep Baron Morton. He has a nice arm, but they want to get it out of his hands quick, not allow him to hold the ball and maybe make an error. 3rd 4.
3rd down and 4 from the Baylor 46. Quick pass near side. This one is caught. A blocker in front of him. Coming through to through the blocker to bump him out of bounds. Miles Price with the catch. But that was...
Ruling on the field is the runner was short.
Yeah, Carl Williams, the 4th, who came in there and knocked him out of bounds. He is a yard short. It's 4th down and 1. Give you one guess what Tech will do here.
They're going to go for it, John. Joey was here when Aranda got here, so they like to go for it. And this is the down and distance. If you're on offense, that's what you prefer, a 4th and 1 or less.
From the Baylor 43, 4th down and 1. Snap back, handoff. Brooks, 1st down. Inside the 40, watch out, he breaks free, and then he's tackled. Boy, that was close to taking it to the house on 4th down and 1. But Brooks gets the 1st down. Devin Bobby finishes him off. Texas Tech converts on 4th and 1.
Yeah, it's just a simple, just right up the middle, just to give right up the middle. And you'll see right now, Taj Brooks, 5'10", 230, and that's a pretty stout young man. Nice sized thighs and legs. It's hard to get him down, and that's what happens on short yardage. So many people compressed that if he can break that line of scrimmage, you can almost get away with that thing.
3 receivers in a bunch on the right side. Ball is snapped, but flags are dropped on the field. Check and see what this is. 11:41 first quarter. Texas Tech, first possession of the night. They have driven to the Baylor 27-yard line. They have converted on 1 4th down already tonight. Tech has more 4th down conversions and
There is no
attempts.
foul on the play. The play clock was not reset. Play clock operator, please reset the game clock. 25 seconds.
I thought that was going to be kind of quick.
Clock will start on the referee signal.
Play clock. So now Tech threatening. Really what they want to do is they run the ball pretty well. They've had a controlled short passing game here early, and Baylor has to get a lost yardage play here early in the series to get them all scheduled.
1st down and 10 for Texas Tech. Snap back, handoff, running right. Be a new back in there. Let's see now. Taj Brooks again. And down to the 22-yard line. So a gain of 5 on the carry. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson.
These guys are moving fast, but this is exactly what we talked about is Taj Brooks in pregame. They have definitely decided they're going to run the football. If they continue like this, their passing game will work off that, but eventually the Bears have to toughen up against this Tech running game.
Brooks out. Cameron Valdez is in. A sophomore from Rockdale is in at tailback. 2nd down and 5 for Tech. They've driven to the Baylor 22-yard line. Baylor front 4 digs in. Snap back to Morton. Handoff to Valdez. Looking for room. Slides to the right side. He is tackled at the 16-yard line. So a 6-yard gain on the carry. DJ Coleman made the tackle, but it's a 1st down for the Red Raiders.
Really patient running backs. They come out of this stack receiver set, back on the line.
Valdez again tries left tackle. Couple of yards, maybe 3 to the 13 on that carry. 10-20 and counting 1st quarter. Again, 1st possession of the night. And Texas Tech has driven it so far to the Baylor 13.
Yeah, you can see the tempo. This is what I talked about. One of the keys is 30, because Tech wants to run the ball. So if they keep at this pace with 10 minutes and 6 seconds counting, they've already had it for 5 minutes. You kind of want to start holding that ball and get them off the field so you win time of possession, because they're gonna run it right at you.
Wholesale changes in the defense for Baylor. Snap back to Morton. Throws for the end zone. He overshot everybody. A couple of receivers out there and well overthrown on both of those guys.
Yeah, that's just a miscommunication. I think he thought the outside receiver was going to run a fade, and he had actually the outside receiver running a post, and he had a wheel route coming behind that, and he threw it way too soon for the wheel route. The wheel route was just developing. As you can see, they really want to keep those throws from Aaron Martin really kind of one read and go. Now they're going to spread out. They're going to go empty with the diamond formation to his left.
Wow, and one receiver to the far side. 3rd down play to the end zone. Pass, caught. Touchdown, Texas Tech. 75-yard drive on their 1st possession of the night. Fungi with a touchdown catch. Loic Fungi makes the catch, a senior out of Midland Lee. And Texas Tech is driven right down the field for a touchdown, their 1st possession tonight.
And what they did is gave you eye candy with a diamond formation to his left. And he probably had an option, depending on the numbers, to go to his left if Baylor didn't have enough defenders, or he was going to attack the man-to-man to the right. He liked Fungi. Fungi was up man-to-man against Shatu Reed. Nice back shoulder throw, and Tech strikes 1st blood.
Extra point kick is coming. Gino Garcia is their senior kicker. Puts the extra point on the board. And with 9:46 on the clock in the 1st quarter, Texas Tech leads Baylor 7-0. Timeout on the field. We'll step aside and be right back here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is Walter Abercrombie, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, with a special invitation to join us November 3rd for our 2023 Baylor Athletic Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor induction banquet. This year's outstanding class includes Max Muncy from Baylor Baseball, basketball standout and longtime radio analyst Pat Nunley. The Hall of Fame class also includes Ken Quisenberry and J.D. Walton from football, track and field's Tiffany Townsend, Sandy Forsyth Massey, and Stan Curry, and Dennis Lukash from men's tennis. Also recognized will be former tennis letter winner George Chandler as the latest addition to the Bee Association's Wall of Honor. The 2023 induction banquet will be held Friday, November 3rd at the Cashin Building on Baylor campus. For tickets or table sponsorships, contact Tammy Harden at 254-710-3045 or email her at tammy_harden@baylor.edu. We hope to see you there.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
By Texas Tech, 5:14 off the first quarter clock. They just drove it right down the Bears' throat for a 7-0 lead here in the first quarter. Our game today is brought to you by TFNB. TFNB, your bank for life, is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texans are making TFNB their bank for life by stopping by any one of their 5 locations or visiting TFNBTX.com and Sick'em Bears.
Well, if you're Coach Joe McGuire, this game is starting exactly like you would like it to. They got the running game going. Of the 75 total yards, 55 were on the ground, and we have rushes, 7 rushes for 55 yards, and that's about over 7 yards, 7.9 yard per carry average, and that's just something you can't have. And that time of possession on that drive is not really, that's 6 minutes and 14 seconds. So, Coach Powledge has to get over there and start figuring out, do I have to start bringing bodies? And those runners from Tech are pretty patient. So, time for the offense to respond.
Reese Burkhart will kick it off for Texas Tech from right to left. Jordan Neighbors is back deep. Chance to return this one. Bobbles it, takes it in at the 5, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Stumbles and is down across the 25-yard line. So a nice return for Jordan Neighbors. I think Baylor hopes to get him more involved in the kicking game and in the offense tonight. We'll see how that plays out with Jordan Neighbors. Continue with our Baylor Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics starting lineups. Baylor Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics brings the home team advantage to Central Texans. Bears with Alvin Abosele at left tackle, Gavin Byers at left guard, Clark Barrington at center, and Caden Siraki at right guard, and Campbell Barrington on his birthday at right tackle for the Bears. Blake Shapen takes the snap. First play, flares it out to the left side to Monterey Baldwin. He is caught for a loss. They'll spot it back at the 24 yard line. So say a loss of 2 on that play. And that's some speedy defenders that are able to catch up and tackle Monterey Baldwin for a loss.
Yeah, I think Tech runs pretty well laterally. I think the play for Tech against Tech is eventually, as you get into the game, to go north and south.
Second down 12 for the Bears from their own 24. Shapen in the shotgun. Fires it upfield. Caught over the middle. That is a catch close to the first down marker. It is a first down to Al Presley. Presley, his first catch of the night. Caught 6 for 26 yards last week against UCF. His first grab tonight is for a Baylor first down. First downs brought to you by Belfour Property Restoration, a proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
That's against the large corner, 6'3", 220, Malik Dunlap, number 24. Good to see Hal get a catch early.
First and 10 Bears, Shapen to throw again. This one a dart over the middle is caught by Dabney at midfield. Drake Dabney, that pass right on the money, 13-yard pickup, and another Baylor first down.
Well, you can see what Coach is doing. It's something they've seen on film. They're going to attack the middle of the field. Safeties are very wide in this 2-deep shell. They're showing they're attacking in the middle on those 2 passes, and Blake is sharp here early.
They get a 14-yard gain to the Tech 49 for the Bears. Back in the backfield is Richard Reese behind quarterback Shapen. Takes the snap, gives to Reese. Reese looking for room, not much there on the right side. Got a yard. Reese, 16 carries for 100 yards last week. Had a big game against Tech last year, 36 carries. That's a bunch for 148 yards. 1 yard gain there, 2nd and 9. Reese gets the carry again, starts left, cuts upfield, bent backwards at the 46. So here's a 3rd down coming up for the Bears. Those guys in the middle, JJ talked about Tony Bradford and Jalen Hutchings, a real dominating pair in the defensive front for Tech.
And they have their safeties coming down pretty early. They were showing a single high here on the last couple of plays, and that means if it's a single high, usually you have another safety that's down getting ready to react. Now it's 3 receivers set to tight end to his right. Back in the backfield, I think that's Dominique.
And it's 3rd down and 8 for the Bears. 3 receivers left, the wide side of the field. Baylor traveling left to right. Chapin takes the snap in the shotgun, looks left, fires it underneath. It's Dabney, gets by one man and struggles and gets to the 40-yard line. So it'll be about 1.5 yards short.
Gotta go.
Tech went for it on 4th and a yard. See if the Bears might return the favor right here.
The only problem here is they got a sub, and once you sub, they sub. So they're going to bring in a few bodies here. It's a 4th, and it's a true, maybe even a little over 1 yard. It might be about 1 and a football, I guess you could say, John. But Bears going to come out in 3 tight formation. We had some challenges running right at teams, so I think they should have an opportunity against this Tech team.
Chapin under center, takes the snap, looking to throw. He's rolling, pass is incomplete. They don't have a chance. That pressure on Chapin forced him to hurry that throw, and the Bears are unable to convert. It was Dadrian Taylor Demerson with the pressure on Blake Chapin. The Bears cannot convert on 4th down, 1.5 yards. They'll turn the ball over to the Red Raiders. Timeout on the field. Tech has the ball back. 6:15 to play, first quarter. Our score, Texas Tech 7, Baylor nothing. You're listening to Baylor Bear Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bears fans, this football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. And brought to you by HEB, the 2023 Baylor football season presented by HEB. So the Bears with a couple of first downs on that possession, but then can't convert on 4th and 1.5 yards. JJ, the ball goes over to Tech, just outside their own 40.
Yeah, John, this is typically the point, the place in the field, outside your 40, first down. Baylor's going to send in sub at Bryson Jackson at star. This is typically when you may take a shot, especially when you've been running the ball well, figuring Baylor's going to be aggressive as they come in a compressed formation. Got to watch him try to get one of those inside receivers up on a safety.
Here's Baron Morton at quarterback, the sophomore from Eastland. Takes the snap, tosses it right side to Brooks. Brooks gang tackled, pushed out of bounds. I don't think he got anything. Tevin Williams led the charge. I think they're going to spot it at the 41, so maybe a half yard on that play. Baylor had that one sniffed out pretty nicely.
They did, John, trying to compress it and then crack back. They call it crack back. They take some receivers, they can't crack back on the defensive linemen, linebackers. Those linemen pull out in front. Baylor did a great job, especially out on the edge at the cornerback position to limit that game.
Brooks Miller in there at that weak side linebacker spot for the Bears. Second down, call it 9. Morton to throw, pass right side, incomplete. Tried to hit Miles Price, shot it by him. And just like that, it's third down and 9 for Texas Tech.
You can tell that Baylor didn't get a lot of pressure, but they got just a little push. And that's what we've been looking for, a push, and the lineman started going back, and that just messed with Baron Morton enough to make him make an inaccurate throw. Doubles formation here. Now we'll see if coach will bring pressure. If not, you got to get those front four towards the cornerback, get some pressure on him. He seems like he's a little unsteady in the pocket if he feels a little heat.
Tech under 39% on third down conversions on the season, 10th best in the Big 12. This is third and a long 9. Morton takes the snap, pressured, hit as he throws. Pass is, did he catch it? Miles Price caught that ball, but it's going to be short. I did too. I thought he dribbled that ball, but that was a catch by Price. Ricky, how'd that look to you?
From behind, I thought he dropped it, but obviously he bobbled it, got possession of it. Still 4th and 5. They're going to punt it away here at the 45. Probably a good decision by them, but that's a big stop by the Bears. After not picking up our 4th down play, you really needed the stop, so that's a big play defensively.
I expect for this right here to be a punt safe. I would not anticipate a major rush. You get about 4th and 5 or less. Got to stay on side number 1 and then make sure they kick it away.
Josh Cameron back deep. Austin McNamara is the punter. Veteran boots it away. Fair catch called for and taken at the 6 by Josh Cameron. McNamara, 46 career yard punting average, 6th all time in FBS history. That was 49 off the right leg of Austin McNamara. So the Bears have the ball back, 4:43 to play, first quarter. Tech leads it 7-0 over the Bears. We will keep it right here as the Bears are headed back out on offense. Again, the Bears won last year in Lubbock, 45-17 over the Red Raiders. Remember that night, it was a big night. Patrick Mahomes was there being inducted into their Ring of Honor, and Baylor kind of rained on their parade. It was Baylor's first win in Lubbock since 1990, JJ. Significant because you quarterbacked the last win in Lubbock prior to last year.
Yeah, it's sad because I went back up there in '92. That's the problem. Tells you how that went, right?
It was a long time between wins in Lubbock.
Exactly.
I think Tech overall won about 15 games straight in this series. But since Baylor broke that, they have it's been very even between these two.
It has. And John, I guess tonight what you see, I think you see two pretty even teams. Now Tech struck first blood because they got their running game going. Baylor hadn't gotten their running game going. In that first series, they had Richard Reese 2 carries for 3 yards. You know, Tech on their first drive had 7 for 55. So I think both these teams want to try to get that running game going because everything spawns off that. And this series here, coach is backed up to the 6. I'm surprised Cameron caught that ball. Maybe let it hit and see if it could go in that end zone. But nevertheless, this is an important drive early in the game with Baylor trailing 7-0.
Let's check in with Ricky Thompson on the sidelines. A call to the sidelines brought to you by Alliance Bank.
Hey, JJ, I agree on the punt. I know Josh Cameron was trying to make sure he caught that in a good position, but at the 6-yard line, really the rule's at the 10, let it go. And I know very often that you'll field it inside if the coverage is down there and you feel like they're going to down it. But in that case, at the 6, I think you take a chance and let that ball try to roll into the end zone. Starting at the 20 and the 6 is a big difference.
Yeah, that's a good call, Rick. So Bears will be backed up starting at their own 6-yard line as they take over this possession. Talked about a lot of the connections from the Tech side with Baylor. A lot of connections going the other way also. Baylor's cornerbacks coach is Kevin Curtis. He's in the booth right next to us. He's one of Texas Tech's all-time greats. He's a member of their Hall of Fame.
He was a 2-time All-American, 3-time All-Big 12 safety for Texas Tech. When we played up there in 1990, no, that's not right. When we played up there a couple of years ago, I think, maybe it was last year, Kevin Curtis was inducted into the Tech Hall of Fame. Was that last year? Maybe it was 3 years ago.
Yeah, it may have been.
But it was the night, it was the weekend when we were there.
Well, I think last year was the first year we were back. What was it? Last year the first year we were back in Lubbock?
No, there was one
before
before
that. Okay.
So it must have been 3 years ago.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah,
Kevin
right.
Curtis, Baylor's cornerbacks coach, does an outstanding job. He is one of Texas Tech's all-time greats. And Aaron Hunt is on Coach Aranda's staff, recruiting and personnel assistant. He is Texas Tech's all-time career sacks leader with 34. And big Aaron Hunt, it's great to have him as part of Coach Aranda's staff here at Baylor. All right, here we go, back to play. Ricky points out Dominic Richardson in the backfield for Baylor. Quarterback Blake Chapin will line up behind his center, Clark Barrington. The Bears will scrimmage from their own 6-yard line. Snap back, flags dropped, hand off to Richardson. He's out just shy of the 10-yard line. Let's check the flag on the field on the near side.
Yeah, it's either going to be Josh Cameron came in and covered up one of his linemen, or it's going to be a Tech player.
Offside, number 3, defense lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Yeah, that's it's either that. Normally they'll stop that play if there's some illegal procedure, but nevertheless, that's a big play for Baylor. Now that gets you to 1st and 5 from the about 11, and this is something you can do a lot of different things with.
Bryce Ramirez guilty of being offsides defensively. So 1st and 5 for the Bears, a little bit more breathing room from their own 11. A lot of shifting for Baylor offensively. Chapin back in the shotgun, claps his hands, takes the snap, hands to Richardson, running left, powers his way across the 15. It'll be close to a first down, I think just short, so second.
First down.
It is a first down, yeah.
Give it to him.
So at the 16-yard line, first down Bears.
Yeah, it's big, just to slow the game down a little bit. This first quarter is just streaming by. And right now, you got to figure Tech is they're going to be patient in the secondary. They are showing a lot of single high. And that second safety, they have quite a few guys in the box trying to limit what Baylor can do in the run game.
First down and 10 from the 16. Handoff Dominic Richardson right up the middle, pushed backwards. See where they give him forward progress. Maybe a couple of yards on the hit right up the middle. Josiah Pierre with leading the charge defensively, the Will linebacker.
And right now, Tech is showing when Baylor goes compressed with a few tight ends, and what they're going to do is they're going to bring that safety down and show single high. And they're still showing that safety into the boundary, coming down into the box.
2nd and 8, line of scrimmage is the 18-yard line for the Bears, trailing 7-0 to Texas Tech, 3:10 and counting first quarter. Kelsey Johnson moves from the right side to the left side, as the tight end. Chapin to throw, left sideline, it is caught. Dabney the catch and a first down for the Bears. Drake Dabney, his 2nd catch tonight and 2nd first down catch.
It's good to see Dabney back in the game, and what Tech is doing, Tech is dropping a safety down. When you drop a safety down, your tight end releases, and typically that safety is either going to have some zone responsibility or man responsibility on that tight end, and also run responsibility. So if you do a little play action, that holds him. Dabney's able to sneak out up the sideline and gets the first down. So, those tight ends will have a little work today until Tech shows that they're going to respect a deep threat.
10-yard pickup on the play. 1st and 10 Bears. Handoff Reese tries the right side and runs right into Josiah Pierre again, who doesn't give an inch. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 coming up for Baylor from their own 28.
Yeah, Tech's been really aggressive against the run right now, especially on early downs. They're dropping a safety down. You'll see a single high. Whenever you see a single high safety like we have now, that third safety is going to either be down in the box, so they run a 3-safety look, or he's going to be in that robber position right in the middle.
2nd and 10, twin receivers either side. Going down the right sideline, incomplete. Hal Presley, the intended receiver, overshot him, threw it out of bounds. And the Bears, just like that, are looking at 3rd down and 10 from their own 28.
Yeah, that's one they're expecting. That's what Tech wants to do. What they want to do is try to stack and run blitz you or stop you early on 1st down, get you in the 2nd and 8 and long, 2nd and long, 8 and 9 along, and then have to take a shot. Now you're facing a 3rd and long, and you got to expect maybe they bring pressure here. I doubt they want to let Blake sit back there and read their defense.
Dawson Pendergrass, the freshman from
Mineola High School in the backfield off the right shoulder of quarterback Chapin. 3 receivers left. Here's the 3rd down and 10 play. Pressure on Chapin, watch out. He is sacked back inside the 20. Coming in to get him quickly was Steve Linton, the outside linebacker, a senior from Dublin, Georgia, a transfer from Syracuse. So a sack on 3rd and 10, and the Bears will have to punt the ball away on 4th and 19.
Yeah, by the time Campbell Barrington got out of his stance, I think that was him, 53. By the time he got his stance, he was having a rough time keeping that rusher off of Blake. And Blake didn't have, Blake was looking to his left. The rush was coming from his right, and just never did see him.
There's Palmer Williams to boot it away. Nose up spiral. Fair catch called for. Taken by Miles Price at the 41. So a 40-yard punt by Palmer Williams. Tech has the ball back. 1:07 on the clock, first quarter. Tech still leading Baylor by a 7-0 count.
Once again, Tech has really good field position. On the last series, Tech got the ball at the 41-yard line. And it seems like they got a reset here. The Baylor defense is going to be called on again. They bring Josh White back in at that weak side linebacker position. Brooks Miller rotated in on the last series of downs, and that's the position you really got to watch, because that player has to be willing and able to make plays on the edge.
All right, Tech from their own 41-yard line. Baron Morton fakes the handoff, flares it out near side to Miles Price, bumped out of bounds at the 45. Devin Lemire is over there to knock him out of bounds. 5-yard gain. Tevin Williams also there.
Yeah, it's just a math game. They look out there and see how many defenders you have and how many blockers versus runners they have. And that's just an extension of their running game. They'll just throw it out there behind the line of scrimmage to a receiver. He has 2 blockers, and that's an easy way to stay away from the mess, pick up a few yards.
2nd down 5 for Texas Tech. Handoff Taj Brooks starts right. Baylor gang tackles him. He is down. Ooh, they're going to give him a yard. I'm not sure he got a yard. Forward progress there. Josh White leads the way. Josh, the linebacker, the transfer from LSU. He's a redshirt junior, originally from Houston. Josh White filling that weak side linebacker spot that Mike Smith played so well before a torn ACL 2 weeks ago.
And this right here, they're 3rd and short. They'll run the ball here, knowing Joey likes to go for it on 4th down. And they're going to check out Baylor's defense. Baylor right now is acting like they're going to play zone. And it looks like the clock's going to run out to end the first quarter.
Time out on the field.
Well, we'll have a 3rd down and 4 play for Texas Tech when we come back. It's the end of the first quarter here in Waco. Our score, Texas Tech 7, Baylor nothing. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station. It's that time of year, and these
right back
spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in, these won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected, get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football, on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The official local bank of Baylor Athletics, our game sponsor tonight. Tech leads 7-0, end of the first 15 minutes. JJ, how about some of the first quarter stats?
Well, John, they honor Andrew Billings down there. Baylor, 42 yards of offense in the first quarter. Tech has doubled us up with 86 yards, 56 on the ground for Tech, 1 for Baylor, 41 through the air by Blake Shapen, 30 through the air by Tech. Blake Shapen, 5 of 7, 41 yards, very efficient, not many yards to speak of. Mr. Morton, 5 of 7, good completion percentage as well for 30 yards, and he has that touchdown pass, nice back shoulder throw. Taj Brooks, well, we said he had 100 yards coming in. We needed to limit him. 7 carries for 47 yards. Dominic Richardson, 2 for 7. Reese, 3 for 3. So not much going. We had some lost yardage on a few sacks, so that accounts for the lost yardage. On third downs, Baylor is 0 of 2. Tech 1 of 3. Both teams was 1 of 1. I'm sorry, Tech is 1 of 1 on fourth. Baylor 0 of 1. And John, I think they're about to come back. We'll get Andrew Billings. They come back and we'll get some more stats here a little bit later.
All right, here we go on to the second quarter. Switch ends, Tech traveling left to right. Morton, 3rd down and 5 play, turns, hands it off to Brooks. He battles his way for 6 yards and a Texas Tech first down. First down, Red Raiders on that play, first play of the second quarter.
As we talked about, if you can go for it on 4th down at a high percentage, you're willing to run the ball again on 3rd down like they did there.
Here's Brooks, breaks out on the right side, watch out. He's to the 30 and out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Finally run out by Carl Williams, the 4th. But man, that was a hole, and he burst through it and then popped outside. A gain of 23 yards by Taj Brooks.
It looks like Tech has had the ball for a long time. Baylor actually has had the ball more time of possession as Tech is one drive up on Baylor in the second half. But really, this is a really crucial time as they push really close to the red zone. Baylor trails 7-0, and Tech is a tough team to come back from the way they run the ball.
1st and 10, Red Raiders at the Baylor 24-yard line. Baron Morton takes the snap, gives again to Brooks. Looking for room on the left side. Darts forward, Baylor slows his progress and whistles blow at the 21. So a 3-yard gain there by Brooks. Again, as JJ said, a load at tailback, 5'10", 230 pounds, senior out of Manor. Little tempo, Morton flares it out left side, caught by Miles Price. He is leveled by Baylor's Matt Jones. That'll be 2 yards short of the first down marker at the 16-yard line. So here's 3rd down and 2 for the Red Raiders. Quickly to the line of scrimmage.
Tech's now 2 of 4 on 3rd down, and we can bet they would probably seriously consider going for this. They don't get it. The only way they wouldn't is if someone up front wins for Baylor and makes a play.
3rd down and 2 for Tech from the 16. Morton, he's throwing for the end zone. That ball is caught. Touchdown, Texas Tech. The tight end Baylor Cup makes the reception. 6'6", 260-pound senior from Brock. Touchdown catch from Baron Morton. And Tech is up 2 touchdowns on the Bears here early second quarter.
That's just a good throw and catch. And Baron Morton, you can see what they're doing with him. I mean, they're really keeping it simple. I mean, his reads, or a lot of those throws are just out to the side to the receivers on quick wide receiver screens with blockers in front, fades to the corner. His 2 touchdowns have just been either a back shoulder on the previous one, and then that to his big tight end is just a fade to the corner. Was matched up against like Hayden Jenkins, and a big size advantage there.
Gino Garcia on for the extra point kick. He hammers it home. And less than 2 minutes into the second quarter, it's a 14-0 lead for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They march smartly down the field, a 7-play, 59-yard scoring drive by Tech, 3:01 off the clock.
13:06 on the clock, second quarter. Our new score, Texas Tech 14, Baylor nothing. You're listening to Baylor Big 12 football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story. When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a football recruit game day experience for 2 in the Toyota 5-Star Fan Sweepstakes. Visit Toyota5starfan.com to enter. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. We told you a 7-play, 59-yard scoring drive by Tech. Relatively short drive there because Baylor was not able to convert on 4th down, 1.5 yards. Tech made the Bears pay to go up 14-0, JJ, with 13:06 on the clock, second quarter.
Yeah, John, I mean, Tech is just, they've made those plays, and we've seen this from Baylor early in the season, is that early in games, we really struggle to have consistency. Baylor's maintained time of possession 7 minutes and 7 seconds on 1 fewer possession, so that hadn't been the issue. The issue is it's hard for this team to sustain drives, so which is why you need explosive on the field. Great move to get tight ends. They kick that ball off left to right. Makes the return.
Burkhardt kicks it away. Neighbors at the goal line will run it out. 10 to the 15 and no further. They may spot that at the 16-yard line, but that's where the Baylor offense will take over. Baylor now down 14-0 to the Red Raiders.
And John, part of the challenge with the offense is really at times we get, especially when we get to short yardage, the way we learn our schemes, it's not an overpowering scheme. And our runners, sometimes like Dominique falls forward. So I think what Coach has to consider, and we see it now, is that he has to keep Monterey on the field because it changes the way teams guard us. If he can keep him in the slot, I think teams are a little bit more hesitant to let Monterey get one-on-one with a safety, so they keep that safety back out of the run game.
From the 16, Chapin takes the snap, rolls near side, passes upfield. It is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Richard Reese, with the defender bearing down on him, so that's an incompletion that will leave Baylor 2nd and 10 from their own 16.
It was good coverage. They went cover 3 on this side of the field. That means they had a flat defender. They had 2 deep defenders, so they took away Monterey on the cross. That flat defender worked back. Then he saw Richard Reese. That ball needs to get to Richard Reese much quicker to allow him to catch it and get his head turned.
2nd down 10 for Baylor. Chapin again in the shotgun. Takes the snap, hands the ball to Reese, running left. Maybe a yard in there. That's it, to the 17. Tech defensive front is really, so far for Baylor, been hard to run against. We told you about the mayor, Tony Bradford, in there. Jalen Hutchins at a tackle.
C.J. Baskerville at the star position, Miles Cole at the end. And the rushing yards for Baylor have been hard to come by so far. Here's 3rd down and 9. Chapin for Keytron Jackson up the near sideline, and it's incomplete.
A lot of contact on that. Keytron had a good shot at it. Braylon Lux, the 5'11", 175-pound senior out of San Jose, California, is a nice throw. Blake gave Keytron a chance by putting it up. A lot of contact there. Keytron got some separation, but just couldn't pull that thing in. And Baylor's going to punt this ball away now. And the challenge now is that they will be punting from, he'll probably kick it from about our 5-yard line after he takes his steps. And that return man may have an opportunity here.
It's Miles Price back deep to receive. Homer Williams, the Baylor punter, gets a good snap. Oh, not going to get a lot of carry on that one. It's going to bounce just beyond the midfield, and Baylor will touch it down at the Tech 45-yard line. So the Red Raiders have it back. Baylor not able to do anything with that possession. Tech ball, 12:08 on the clock, 2nd quarter, 14-0. Red Raiders lead the Bears. Great to have Clint Shields, Jeff Gandy tuned in and listening to us tonight as they travel back to San Marcos. Right now, it's not such good news for the Baylor Bears.
Not right now. They come out with very similar formation. It's a triangle now to his right. He's going to count. They're going to offensive coordinator count. He's got a receiver to his right, and he's got a runner in the backfield. I think that's his Taj Brooks. He's just going to count. Bring the tight end back in. So we're going to play.
Snap to Morton, give to Brooks, looking for a hole on the left side. Pushes the pile forward. He'll get about 3 yards to the 50. Brooks Miller gets up off the bottom of that pile for Baylor defensively. Also for the Bears defensively was Brendan Bett in there. Brooks again with the carry.
It's interesting how they block too. The linemen really aren't trying to push. They just hold a position and try to turn their man as they're back on the line quickly.
3rd down and 1. Brooks again, 3rd straight carry.
Ball.
Oh, he lost the ball. Baylor may have the recovery. Looks like Garmin Randolph fell on the pumpkin. Baylor has the first takeaway of the night. The fumble forced, recovered by Garmin Randolph. Let's go down to Ricky on the Baylor sideline.
Guys, I was behind that play. You could see the helmet go right on the football. Taj Brooks, if you really watch him run, JJ, he doesn't hit the line of scrimmage flying. He really sits back, picks his hole, then hits it. It's very effective. You mentioned the blocking. That's just a normal spread blocking. Just get in position, turn your guy. You don't drive him off the ball. It's been very effective, but that was a huge play. Short yardage for Tech, yet the fumble. Best field position the Bears have had tonight.
All right, see if Baylor can take advantage here. Baylor is +1 in takeaways over the course of the season, tied for 6th in that category. Tech, by comparison, is also +1.
That was Devin Bobbyjohn with that hit to dislodge that ball.
Baylor begins at their own 42-yard line. Snap back to Chapin. Time in the pocket. Down the left sideline. It's caught! Jordan Neighbors. Jordan Neighbors, a shoestring tackle, keeps that from being a long touchdown. He is down at the 14-yard line. A big hit on 1st down for the Bears.
That's nice. They put Neighbors in the backfield. That's one of the things he does. He's a receiver by nature. Did play some running back, I think, in high school, but he just comes out of the backfield, gets matched up on a linebacker, and makes a nice catch.
1st down for the Bears from there. Handed off. Neighbors this time on the ground. Tries to get to the corner. He can't do so. He's out of bounds. No gain on that play.
That's the Jalen Hutchins, and he does. He'll slant it. That's a lot of the plays he makes, is that he slants. He's a nice athlete. At 6 foot 305, he has 6.5 tackles for loss coming into the game. That included 3.5 sacks, 2.5 sacks. He would have had a tackle for loss on that. Neighbors wouldn't have made that last burst forward. 2nd and 10.
43 yards on that previous play, the pass play to Jordan Neighbors. Now 2nd and 10 for the Bears from the 15. Reverse in the backfield. Baldwin gives the ball to Hal Presley, and Tech has it covered well. Presley is tackled for a loss.
Oh, that was set up, man. That shows you that's a play right there. And I think that was coming right out of Ricky. That's where receivers have to do more than catch. And what's very evident, Ricky, is that looked like it was going to be Katie bar the door to the end zone until maybe a missed block on the edge.
Well, all it took was one block, and you're right, JJ. Receivers have to block downfield. Now they're forced into a 3rd and 11. That should have been an 8 or 9 yard gain at least.
Rashad Williams made that tackle for Texas Tech. 3rd down 11 for the Bears. Shapen to the air, to the end zone. It is incomplete. Monterey Baldwin, the intended receiver, just overshot him, which doesn't happen very often, to overthrow Monterey Baldwin.
And they were trying to run him. He was in the slot to Blake's right, trying to get him really almost to a slot fade. And Shapen, Monterey kind of got on his horse, and he just couldn't get there. Shapen put that ball where it needed to be, where only Monterey could get it. Baylor now is going to attempt a 33-yard field goal.
Kicking right to left from the left hash out of the hold of Palmer Williams. Isaiah Hankins puts the ball in the air, and the kick is good. And the Bears get 3 points out of the fumble recovery. The Bears are on the board for the first time tonight. Tonight's first score is brought to you by Huns Pickles and Relish, proud sponsors of Baylor Bear Athletics. That's a darn good pickle, available at restaurants and food service outlets throughout the Southwest. Also look for Huns Pickles in the deli section at select grocers throughout North Texas. Our First Place Foods first score of the night. 9:32 on the clock, second quarter from McLean Stadium. Our new score, Texas Tech 14, Baylor 3. You're listening to Baylor Bear Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Okay.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Drive by the Bears, 33-yard field goal by Isaiah Hankins puts the Bears on the board. Now 14-3, Texas Tech up with 9:32 to play in the second quarter. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Baylor set to kick it off from right to left. Bit of momentum on the Baylor side. The takeaway, the fumble forced by Devin Bobby, recovered by Garmin Randolph. Bears get 3 out of it. Now Jack Stone boots it away. Good carry 5 yards deep. That's what you want to see right there on a kickoff. Touchback, and Tech will begin at their own 25-yard line.
That's some of the worst field position Tech has had You know, John, looking back, they started at the 25-yard line on their first possession. And on the next two, they started at the 41. At their 41-yard line. And then on that last one, when they did fumble, that was at the 45-yard line. So, you know, Baylor's got to figure out a way to slow the running back, Taj Brooks. And this run game got the big turnover now. And this crowd is fantastic. Crowd just looking for the Baylor football team to give them some more gas, to get the environment in the home team's favor.
All right, Tech from their own 25. Baron Morton takes the snap, flips the ball forward, running right. Past one defender to the 30. Still on his feet at the 40 and down at the 42-yard line. Big gainer there for Texas Tech, Dre McCray. McCray showing a lot of speed. So cut right in front of Baron Morton, who took the snap and took the little pitch forward. Those will probably be passing yards. Pass right sideline, watch out. He's got the catch. A flag is down, and the receiver is pulling the defensive back, Chateau Reed, all the way inside the 15-yard line. Let's check and see. Loic Fungi was the receiver.
That's going to be a little hold, John. That's going to, they ran a little, they ran a, here
Pass
it is.
interference, number 9, offense, 15-yard penalty. It's still first down.
And what that is, John, is they run that little wide receiver screen. One guy blocks, and then the other guy, you know, catches the ball and then runs up. So that time the guy came and blocked. The inside receiver came and acted like he was going to block, and then there was a hold going on there, and that allowed one guy to slip. So you can't grab and then release. So we saw the block, and then he pulls him down and runs by him as they were making it look like the wide receiver screen. So the blocker was going to run a fade, but that blocker just acts like he's going to block him. That time he grabbed him, pulled him down, and Baylor really needed that one. First and 25.
Yeah, not Fungi, but Jaron Bradley was the receiver guilty of that penalty. So it backs him up to the 26-yard line. As JJ said, first and 25. Going to run it right up the middle. Gain of 4 to the 30 by Taj Brooks.
So this is huge. I mean, Tech really is going to, what they're going to do is they're going to give him one-read shots, maybe half the field shots. That means they're going to try to get Baylor Cupp, their big tight end, out with Mason Thorpe out. They're going to try to get him matched up on a safety, run a seam, but they're going to get a receiver and they try to get him one-on-one outside. That's what they're looking for. So we'll see if Coach wants to play zone, Coach Powledge, or if he's going to play man. It's zone.
Second and 21. Morton, time in the pocket, flares it out, left side. It is complete to Miles Price. But I tell you what, Tevin Williams was there. I think if he turned around a half second earlier, he might have had a chance to pick that one off. That's a big gain. Still 3rd down and 5 coming up for Tech.
It was, John, and that's one where really Morton was giving Tevin Reese Tevin Williams. If he just plays his zone right, he probably gets a pick. But nevertheless, now Tech is in position where they can go for this on 4th down. Here comes blitz.
3rd down and 5. Morton unleashes it down the far sideline. It is incomplete. Devin Bobby on pass defense for the Bears. Miles Price, the intended receiver. So it's 4th down and 5, and it looks like even the riverboat gambler Joey McGuire won't go for this one on 4th down and 5.
Well, it's probably smart. It's 4th and 5, so you can do a hard count, see if Baylor jumps off or runs into your kicker. And see if you can get the first down. Or this is right in the area where a team would fake. So, but that's good. A good series for the Baylor defense after that offensive PI.
Snap back to McNamara, boots it away. Josh Cameron calls for the fair catch, goes down to both knees to make the catch at the 11-yard line. So the Bears will take over on offense. 7:22 to play, second quarter. Last possession, the Bears got on the board with a field goal. See what they can do here. 7:22 to play before halftime. Tech 14, Baylor 3. You're listening to the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Everything we do for you.
Okay, this is 6.
For a new set of wheels, First Central Credit Union
Yes, sir.
offers fast, complete coverage, competitive rates, and flexible terms make for a win in financing your next vehicle. A quick online application makes it easy to score the money you need at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be #1. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the KD Freeway. #1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Yard line, 7:22 on the clock, second quarter, trailing Tech 14-3. Nice to have Mark Hale and Layla Hale, Belinda Hale and Loma Hale in the booth visiting with us. Welcome to you. Get an inside look at, I guess, what goes on in the booth here. What you see in the booth stays in the booth.
That's
okay?
exactly right.
But welcome to the Hales. We appreciate them, part of the Baylor Group Experiences, and we are glad to have them here with us.
Well, there's some opportunity out there, John. I mean, Tech is yielding about 140 and 50 yards rushing, and we have 1. But to get them to give you that, they know Baylor wants to run it. You got a complete pass like they did earlier across the middle of the field behind those backers.
From the 11-yard line, Chapin hands the ball off. It is Dominic Richardson. Richardson to the left side and down at the 13-yard line.
Look, that's a tough 2-yard. I mean, that's a nice little run. It looked like a nice run, and then all of a sudden, it's closed down. And part of it is they have a safety that's down. They're going to single high. And that safety is reading. He's reading run. He's triggering now. So you can see now they have 8 guys within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 8. Chapin tried a naked bootleg, faked the handoff, was rolling right, and then was just crumpled over. He threw the ball, and it was incomplete. Good job there, really, to avoid a sack by Blake Chapin.
Well, John, the safety is coming down. He's coming down into the box, and when he reads, run fake or run away, he's triggering. He's like looking for either bootleg or he's looking to field backside. That boot won't happen today until you throw behind that guy, and that's what Tech has done. They've schemed us well.
Here's the play, 3rd down and 8 for the Bears. Slant, right side passes caught, and that's a first down for the Bears. Josh Cameron with the catch, his first of the night. That is a big, big conversion for the Bears as they convert on 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, that's a good throw by Blake. And really the biggest play by Blake is to get rid of the ball on the boot because he didn't have any protection on the boot. If he takes a sack there, that play, that's not available, that slant to Josh Cameron. And that's what you want from Josh Cameron, a big body receiver, gets his body in front, nice throw, nice catch.
First down's brought to you by Belfour Property Restoration. 1st down and 10 for the Bears at the 22. Chapin rolling right. Gonna tuck it and run with it. Minimal gain there. Did not take a hit as he ran out of bounds. Word is this week Chapin is much closer to 100%. He obviously coming back from that MCL injury. Played at what coaches would tell you was 85% last week. Much closer to 100% this week. Picked up 2 yards there. It's 2nd and 8 for Baylor. From their own 24-yard line, 5:44 and counting in the second quarter.
Baylor's showing compressed. Now they're going to break out of it. This is more likely pass play here.
Snap back to Chapin, has some time in the pocket. Now it collapses, and he's sacked inside the 15-yard line. Second sack of the night. Charles Esters gets to him.
Yeah, it's just good. That's good coverage Tech went to a zone. Baylor compressed everything initially. And Tech was all those players within probably 8 yards of the line of scrimmage. Then when Baylor opened it up, Tech backed out. Then they went zone. They're not going to let Baylor get on top. But the play really is right now is what Baylor saw earlier when Dabney scored. I mean, got a couple of catches. Is right over the middle. It's behind that second level in the middle where that's deep safety is about 20 yards deep.
Sack leaves Baylor 3rd and 17. Baylor 1 of 5 on 3rd downs. Flips it out to Dominic Richardson. Gets around the corner to the 30. Tumbled forward at the 32. I think they got it. On 3rd and 17, it looks like Baylor has converted. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson. It is a first down, Baylor.
That was an incredible throw by Blake Shapen. They were all over him. He had to dump it over the top. I honestly thought he was throwing that into trouble, but he got it over the top of number 6. A good block outside by one of the receivers, which opened up Dominic Richardson to pick up that first down.
Nice play. On 3rd and 17, the Bears get 18 yards on the pickup. First down out to their own 33-yard line. 4:10 and counting, second quarter. Handoff, Jordan Neighbors running right. Neighbors then met at the 35-yard line and pushed backwards. 2-yard gain on the play. Banks made the tackle for Texas Tech.
And those first down runs are really tough to come by because Tech is really looking for it. When they see Monterey in slot, a lot of times what they're doing, especially when he's to the field, is they're putting the safety on top. When he's not to the field, like in the boundary now, that safety is not there, and they have an opportunity to attack.
2nd and 8 for Baylor from the 35. Shapen dances in the pocket, passes near side, incomplete. Led Jordan Neighbors a little bit too much. So now here's another 3rd down opportunity. 3rd down and 8 for Baylor from their own 35.
Well, Baylor sees something they like, and they like Neighbors, and on that, Neighbors is adjusting, I think, a little bit to coming out of that backfield, but he has a one-on-one. He runs it out, and really what I think he has to do now is read that there's a little pressure being put on by Tech, so I got to speed up my route just a little bit to be available for Blake. 2-by-2 set.
3rd down play. Baylor 2 of 6 on 3rd downs. Blitz is coming. Shapen's going to run right up the middle. Does he have enough? Ooh, he delivers the blow. He's going to be a yard, maybe 2 yards short.
Yeah.
He's going to be down at the 41. But I'm telling you what, Blake Shapen delivered the blow there more than he took a blow. In fact, the Tech defender is still down on the field.
That's a nice run by Blake. He was really trying to get there, and I thought he was going to get there, but the Tech defenders, they show us the replay, it's get the number on him, was closing, and Blake did. He, instead of sliding, because if he slid, he would not get to that first down, so he gets contact, and now he puts it in a range where it's a tough decision for Coach Aranda. Do I go for it at 4th and about 2 with 3:17 to go in the half? Do I punt it away?
How about Shapen? He is doing everything he can to get to that first down marker. The Tech player that is down is Bryce Ramirez, the senior from Missouri City, George Ranch High School. Quite a story for Ramirez, former walk-on, had a compound leg fracture a year ago, has come back and given that number 3, which is significant on a Joey McGuire coach team. Number 3 is given to a player that really embodies the spirit of the brand of Texas Tech. And that's the guy right there, Bryce Ramirez, who is just up and walking off to the far sideline.
He's walking a little slowly there, John. At least he's walking.
Yeah, he's a little wobbly. Yeah, and again, that was from a blow delivered by the Baylor quarterback running the ball. Well, we got a TV timeout. We will keep it right here. What do you think the Bears do here? 4th down and 2. It looks like a full 2 yards. Ricky, is that right? 4th and 2 coming up.
Yeah, it's a full 2, and that's from the 41-yard line, 3:17 to go. You're taking a chance here to go for it, but I don't see any punt team on the field. All I see is the offense huddled up, so I think they're going to go for this thing.
Yeah, it's a tough position, but Blake, that's what you do as a quarterback. I like Blake's decision-making tonight. He saved us on early in this drive by just unloading the bootleg. It was a naked. He just unloads it. Then he comes back and hits the slant for a first. On that play, it's 3rd and 8. He doesn't have what he wants, so he runs the ball, gets it to 4th and less than 5. It's 2 yards. And then now coach has to make a decision, knowing that, hey, look, Texas moved the ball on me a little bit. It's 3:17. I get it after half. What do I do? So Coach Aranda gets paid for these decisions. Now, what do? If I'm Coach Grimes, I don't bootleg to the wide side of the field. Tech has that schemed out. So what I do is I put Blake, I may move his pocket a little bit, just move it just to buy him a little time. And then I try to find, if I move it, I want to move and try to see if I can get Dabney in the middle. Dabney had a couple catches early. He actually has 3 catches for 30 yards, and he hadn't caught one in a while. I'm trying to get Dabney in the middle because Tech is, they're basically yielding you. They're just giving you the middle, and they want to make sure that Monterey doesn't get behind them on those backs. So that means something. They have to give up something. That's that middle they're giving up. And see if I can get Dabney in there and see if we can get the ball to him. So we'll see what personnel they bring out. Dabney is in. You got Monterey. You have Cameron to the right. Dabney's inside to the right. Then you have Keytron to the left outside. So I'm thinking with Dabney inside, he's probably going to get matched up either on a safety or an outside backer. And I'm just trying to read that middle safety. That middle safety leaks to his right towards Keytron. I'm looking Dabney. If he starts leading to his left to help with Dabney, then Keytron has to win.
Here's 4th down and 2 from their own 41-yard line for the Bears. Pitch it right side to Reese. Watch out. He is tackled for a loss. He'll lose 2 yards on 4th down and 2. Great penetration by Texas Tech on that play. Sorry, it was Richardson, not Reese, with that pitch. But great penetration by Tech. Bears cannot convert on 4th down and 2. Ball goes over on Baylor's side of the field, plus territory. Tech takes over at the Baylor 39.
Yeah, now it's up for your defense to really pick them up. The defense has gotten a turnover. They've held them out the last couple times. 14-3, 3:07 happening, and on that play, we'll come back to that. Try to send a signal, putting Richardson in, that they wouldn't run that. Reese is the one usually runs that toss sweep, and put in Richardson. But Tech, Joey knows our offense. So when you have a guy that knows you, you got to try to change it up. But
Braylon Lux led that charge for Tech defensively. Red Raiders attack from the 39-yard line. Valdez with the short run for the Red Raiders. Short, it was a 7-yard gain on the 1st down play. 2nd and 3, some tempo. Valdez again up the middle, and he's got a 1st down to the 27-yard line. So 2 straight carries and a 1st down for Texas Tech. Cameron Valdez, the sophomore from Rockdale.
Baylor right now, they really do need someone to step up. They got Gabe Halls in that middle there. Also, I think that's Trey Emery in the middle there. Someone has to win. Hold those defensive front, and those linebackers give them freedom to make a play.
Valdez again looking for room on the right side. He is snowed under by Matt Jones, and Brooks Miller make the tackle for the Bears.
Now if you're Baylor, you may want to continue. There you go. You call a timeout.
Baylor has called their first charge timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second.
Give us a couple seconds back on that.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to
2:03 is what the clock reads.
Seconds.
Tech driving with a 14-3 lead over the Bears. Halftime, we'll visit with David Littlewood, TFNB, your bank for life. Our game sponsor tonight. We'll also check scores of other Big 12 games, and JJ will give us all the first half stats. All that coming up at halftime, 2 minutes, 3 seconds away.
And after you coach Aranda, you got a 2nd and 10. And after you coach Powell, just what am I going to do? Now, Baron Morton has done really well with 1-read throws. That means if he's got a numbers advantage outside, one-on-one, he's going to throw a back shoulder fade. He's going to throw a fade. He may throw a slant. Baylor's going to show a little coverage, but it looks like it's going to be man on the very edge with Caden Jenkins. And then, of course, probably a little man look it's actually going to be zone.
Empty backfield. 4 receivers right, 2 to the left side. Ball batted up in the air. Garmin Randolph going for the interception, and it was knocked to the ground by Baron Morton. Big Garmin Randolph, 6'7", 250, just batted that ball straight up in the air, then located it, did a good job, had his eye on the ball, but Morton knocked it down to the ground.
Morton did a great job of knocking that down because Garmin was going to go get it. Now you got 3rd and 10. And that's what they don't want to do. That was a 1-read throw. It's a good play by Randolph, but he read the eyes of the quarterback, got his hands up, as John mentioned. Now you're going to Baylor, it looks like they're yielding like that inside slant to number 1, and it's not what you want to do.
3rd down and 10. Morton to throw. Pass is caught near the 1st down marker. We'll see where they spot it at the 18-yard line. They need the 17 for a 1st down. It is a yard short. 4th and 1.
Tech hustles to the line of scrimmage. Hand it off to Valdez. Ooh, Garmin Randolph got him. This will depend on the spot. Baylor may have held on 4th down and 1.
Well, John, Baylor wasn't even set. I mean, I don't know where you are, Ricky, but Baylor was running around. Didn't look like they were set. What do you see, Rick?
Well, no, they weren't set. They weren't aware of the ball being snapped at all. 2 Baylor defenders had their back to the ball when it was snapped. This is going to be very close, but the way it's marked, if it's marked correctly, this is probably going to be a 1st down for Tech.
Oh, it's going to be really close. They're going to bring the chains in and stop the clock. 1:46.
They had to get to the 20. It's like the 17 is where they had to get to, and the ball is really close at 17.
All right, they stretch the chains. It is a...
That's short, man.
Ooh.
No, that's a 1st down.
Oh, by the nose of the ball, it's a 1st down. That is so close. But a 1st down for Texas Tech.
Yeah, you hope they have a decent angle on that, but it's not on the yard marker. I don't know. It's really close, but you're not on a yard marker. You're in the middle of the field, so it's hard unless you have a down the line look.
Previous play of a 1st down is under further review.
All right, they're going to review it. I tell you what, yeah, it almost looked like Garmin Randolph had him, and there was almost a little kind of an inchworm forward that might have been enough to get the 1st down. We'll see how it plays out in review. Ricky, what do you think this review might tell us?
Well, his knees were down. It's just going to depend on where in the air the ball was at the time he hit his knees, because when he hit the ground, it looks to me that's where they marked the football.
Right.
And if that's the case, it's going to be behind that mark because his knees were already down before he hit the ground.
Okay. And it is inches, a 1st down by inches.
It is.
You know, it's a credit card 1st down. You know, they used to do that. It was so close.
Credit card out.
Right, a credit card like along the front of the chains there, and just gets the nose of the football.
And the challenge, once again, is that the runner was in the middle of the field. I'm not sure if that was Josh Brooks or Cameron Valdez, but he's in the middle of the field, and there's no hash mark really to use as a gauge. Now, the only thing you can have, hopefully, is a shot right down the line. Is right down the line, and that way you could give a good picture. But when you have angles, the camera may be a little bit behind, a little bit in front, you then have to guess when it's not on that hash mark. So it'd be hard to overturn this when they gave them that mark.
Tell you what, Garmin Randolph is making some plays tonight. We've called his name quite a bit. Batted that ball down on a previous play, made the stop there one-on-one when Baylor's defense really wasn't even set. So we'll see what the replay shows us. 1:46 on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but it's like right in the middle of the field. You can see his knees do come down before the ball hits the ground. So this is going to be hard to spot. I think is going to be the challenge. If they say anything, it's going to be that it stands, because it's hard. It looks like, yeah, he's short, but where he is on the field, because Garmin does a great job of really starting to contact
After
him.
review, the runner is short of the
Wow.
line of the game. It's 1st down for Baylor.
Wow, that is a huge call reversal. A huge reversal.
Sure.
Instead of Tech having 1st down at the 18-yard line, the ball will go over on downs to the Bears at the 18-yard line.
Yeah,
so that call reversed.
Yeah, that's a big one, John. I mean, I didn't think they had more. They probably had different angles, but I'm thinking they saw that, you know, where they gave it to where he landed. Whether he landed, that would have been the linesman judge. He landed here, that's why I gave it to him. But they know he actually was down before he landed. So that's a turnover on downs. That's huge, because that was going to be points, at least points attempt for a Tech. Now 1:46 and counting. Baylor needs something here out of this drive. They go on an empty set.
All right, Bears take over at their own 18-yard line. 1:46 on the clock. Shapen takes the snap, passes down the line to the right side. It is caught out of bounds, just shy of the 25-yard line. Hal Presley with the catch for the Bears. But a gain of 6 to the 24.
That's a good 1st down play, and Hal does a great job of getting out of bounds there. The good news is Tech left Baylor with 2 timeouts. So Coach Aranda isn't pressed right now to use those timeouts.
Shapen in the shotgun. Passes down the near sideline. Keytron Jackson, the intended receiver. Boy, he went down, and the crowd here thinks that he was tackled on the play. There is no flag. Dave Aranda is going to ask for an explanation. Ricky, how did you see it?
That's a horrible call.
Wow.
He is clearly knocked down. The defender's not looking back at the ball, pushes the receiver down. If that's not pass interference, I've never seen it. I mean, some of these things are questionable. That one's not questionable. That's pass interference.
Wow.
Well, Baylor has to get straight. 16 seconds. Keatron stays in on that. 3rd down and 4, so you got to get this conversion here. Still 1:33 on the clock.
3rd down and 4 from their 24.
Blitz.
Shapen, rolling right. He's going to run for it. He's got the first down. Scares out of bounds, far side of the field. Avoids a hit, stops the clock, going out of bounds. Smart move by the quarterback, Blake Shapen.
Yeah, and that's a good play by Blake. They brought Baylor went empty late. Moved, I think that was Neighbors. No, what Neighbors? They moved, I think that was maybe Dominic out. And then Blake saw that the blitzer came, but he came inside, giving him the edge to his right. So the opportunity on this against this Tech defense right now is over the middle, beyond the back.
1st and 10 from the 31. Shapen, watch out, pressure, sack. Ball is on the ground. Ball is still loose. There's trying to get the loose ball. There's a pile of big bodies on the field at the 25. Boy, first it looked like Tech had it, and then they didn't, and then it looked like Baylor covered it.
They're saying Tech is saying they got it.
Yeah, they are.
There's a lot of wrestling and tugging going on down there underneath, John. And Blake took a big shot. It looks like it's going to be Tech's ball.
Oh. Yep, it's going to be Texas Tech's football. Looks like it was covered by Dadrian Taylor Demerson, the safety. So Tech has the ball, known as the Rabbit.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. 1st down, Texas Tech.
And they'll review this too. I can't really tell. They'll review it, but it may be an empty hand coming forward. Because Blake had started as an empty hand, so they may not review it. It may be a quick review. But man, I tell you, I mean, really, Barrington is having a really rough time over there on that right side.
Tight.
And a correction, it was recovered by Josiah Pierre. Fumble forced by Bryce Ramirez. And it's going to stand. Texas Tech ball. First turnover of the night by Baylor. Turnovers are even at 1 apiece. Tech takes over at the Baylor 26, 1:17 on the clock, 2nd quarter. Texas Tech 14, Baylor 3. Red Raiders looking for more before halftime. There's a delayed handoff to Taj Brooks. Running left side, nowhere to go. No gain on that play. Devin Bobby was there for the Bears. Devin Williams was there for Baylor.
Baylor has called their 2nd charge. Timeout of the half.
Byron Vons was in on that tackle as well, and Baylor uses a
game
timeout.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 8 seconds.
Yeah, Baylor's going to have to on offense. Right now, this is big for the defense. It's 2nd and 10. And they're going to put Morton in 1-read throws. That's 1-read throws so he can get the ball out quickly. But on offense, as Coach Grimes comes back, he's going to really have to consider giving his tackles help. Especially, it looked like on that, I mean, there was a couple people putting pressure on Blake Shapen, but once again, Steve Linton got in there. They put him down with his hand on the ground, and he had a pass rush as well and won pretty quickly. But nevertheless, 2nd and 10 here. Tech's going to come out in a 3-by-1 set. So they're going to try to force man-to-man up there. We have Tevin Williams trying to get that receiver's number guard. So they're going to work left to right, and they're going to take Baylor's going to take away the left foot zone. So now he's going to work right back to Taj Brooks on the run here.
2nd and 10 from the 26 for Tech. Morton fires it out near side to Miles Price. Hanging on for dear life is Matt Jones, a gain to the 21, so a 5-yard pickup
Baylor has
on that
third
play.
And final charge timeout of the half.
Baylor has used its final timeout. It is 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Red Raiders. 1:01 on the clock. Baylor's out of timeouts. Tech looking at 3rd and 5 from the Baylor 21 after the fumble recovery.
Joey has a big decision here because I mean he knows I have a field goal attempt in my pocket, and what I'm trying to do is limit Baylor's ability. Because that was the last timeout I believe for Baylor for Coach Aranda. So the play here would be to run the ball, see if I get the first down because I've been running the ball successfully on the afternoon. Tech has 115 yards rushing. Taj Brooks already at 92 yards, so that one key I had is out the window. 14 for 92. He may be going for his 4th straight 100-yard game. So they're going to run a triangle to the left, keep Taj in the backfield with the tight end. So he's going to probably have a run RPO here with Taj, with his ability to give that, reading what Baylor does to his left.
Third down and 5 for Texas Tech from the 21-yard line. Brooks in the backfield. Snap to Mort. Handoff to Brooks. He is stopped short. Ball just inside the 20-yard line. So it'll be 4th down and about, let's see where they spot it, the 19. So 4th down and 3 for the Red Raiders. Chateau Reed led the way defensively for Baylor.
Well, that was a smart play, Ricky. What they did is they ran the ball, something got in. They're going to milk this clock all the way down about 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You can tell they were sending the kicking team on and called them back. They'll run this down as far as they can. 60, it's what, 13, 14 seconds to go. Still a big stop by the Bears. It's because it easily been punched in for a touchdown. Guys, if you look back at this, Tech could very easily have 28, 35 points. The Bears have had a turnover, had a couple of stops, a 4th down stop, and then this stop on this series is big as well. Just to hold Tech to a field goal, you do get the ball coming out, but you're eventually going to have to get something going offensively to have a chance in this game.
Well, important, Rick, as you mentioned that, I mean, part of the challenge, Tech has 214 yards of total offense, 121 to Baylor. And the big problem for Coach Grimes right now is he has 4 rushing yards when you take away the sacks. And that's not going to do it because Tech is running for 117 yards in the first half. So, you know, it's hard to come back on a team if they're able to run the ball and milk it a little bit. So, but that was a huge stop.
Tech has used a timeout. They ran the clock down as far as they could. So 14 seconds on the clock. Tech will now set up for a field goal. Gino Garcia has hit 5 straight field goals. His longest this year is 54 at altitude against Wyoming. They'll spot this one center of the field, dead center of the field at the 27. So a 37-yard attempt, kicking left to right for Gino Garcia. Here's the snap, good hold, and the kick is plenty long, and it's good for Gino Garcia. So a 37-yard field goal for Texas Tech. They up their lead with 9 seconds to play before halftime. Our new score, Texas Tech 17, Baylor 3. So the fumble by Baylor turns into 3 points, a field goal for the Red Raiders. Likewise, that turnover by Tech earlier, the Baylor fumble recovery, ended up being a field goal for the Bears, but the only points Baylor has on the board right now, trailing 17-3.
Yeah, right now, what you would love is you love a good kickoff return, but we were talking a little bit earlier in the second quarters. You know, Baylor's actually kind of lucky for it to only be 17-3, and they get the ball coming out at the half. Tech has really done a good job of moving the ball and got some really good field position. They got field position, worked the field position game, but they did turn the ball over on the fumble by Taj Brooks, the one mar, and that probably stopped another field goal attempt at least. And then Baylor gets the ball back. So really fortunate position you have here with 9 seconds to go in the half.
Jordan Neighbors back deep for the Bears, stands a yard deep in the end zone. Tech has 6 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. Wow. In the game this evening. It's going to take it by not Neighbors, but Pendergrass. Pendergrass out to the 20, to the 25. Stretches for the 30-yard line. Nice return. And there's 3 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds remaining before halftime. What do you do here? You take a knee, you take a shot. What do you think?
Well, Blake's been hit too much already, so I take a knee, man. I mean, you know, he's held the ball, and we're having a hard time with keeping pressure off of him. As Tech has turned us into a one-dimensional team. When you become one-dimensional, it's tough for your offensive line to block. Those guys figure they got to come back, so we're just going to rush past her, and we're going to take a knee here.
Snap it back to Shapen. He will take a knee, and we reach halftime at McLean Stadium tonight. Texas Tech leads Baylor 17-3 at the intermission. Ricky will catch up with Coach Aranda. We'll visit with him going in at halftime. With the Bears trail playing at home against the Red Raiders. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson with head coach Dave Aranda.
Coach had some big defensive stops here, the fumble, the turnover, then actually the stop here after the other turnover to hold Tech to a field goal. Got to get something going offensively, though.
Yeah, we're struggling to run the ball, to pass protect. We're struggling in too many fronts offensively, and so we're better than this, and we played better than this in the past, and we practiced better than this week, and so we got to go inside and get it fixed.
Get the ball coming out. As bad as it's been offensively, you punch this one in, you're within 7.
And we need it. You know, defensively, it's a really good offense over here that we're holding at bay, and we need a score to give some life to be able to get the whole team energized.
Okay, Coach, thanks.
Ricky, thank you very much. Ricky Thompson with head coach Dave Aranda going in at halftime. It's brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Halftime from McLean Stadium in Waco. Our score, Texas Tech 17, Baylor 3. Stay with us. Our Nissan halftime report is coming up next here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Do we do for you?
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Now, it's time for the Nissan Halftime Show. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier, ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we break down the first half, check in on scores from around the country, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Nissan, innovation that excites. At halftime, Texas Tech leads Baylor 17-3. Told you several times that our game sponsor tonight is TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Pleased to be joined by our good friend David Littlewood. It is great to see you, and we appreciate your partnership as always.
John, it's always great to be here. Love it. Wish we had a few more points.
Exactly.
We've always got that next half coming.
We might need to suit you up to either run the ball or block up front here in the second half.
To go out if we need to. Yeah.
You would do it, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
David, 5 locations here in Waco, and I think a 6th is on the way. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the opportunity to mention that. That's very exciting for us. We do have 5 locations, 2 really in McGregor, one in McGregor proper, one out at South Bosque, just right on the edge of the McGregor-Waco separation. And then we've got 4 in Waco. We've got our East Waco location, our 8th Street downtown across from Baylor on the interstate, Triangle Tower, which is right in the middle of town, and we kind of have a gap between Triangle Tower and South Bosque, and that's Woodway Hewitt. And so I have been wanting to find a place to locate a bank for about 8 years now. And the perfect spot came up. It's right across from HEB, right in the middle of everything there. And so we'll be opening in mid to late November there, temporarily in a spot that was already existing on that property. And then we're going to build a bank. In about 18 months or so, we'll have a full open location there with drive-through and the whole 9 yards. But
Nice.
we're looking forward to launching before the end of the year.
Good.
Yeah.
Very intentional with your location selection there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It completes our footprint in the Waco proper area.
The location right across from campus. I'm sure so many Baylor students and Baylor students' families know about that, how accessible it is to campus.
It's been fantastic. Just love it. In Elm Street, I'm not sure who all has been across there, hopefully everybody, but it is open, clear, all the way from the river to the interstate, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So the city did a great job, and now I think we're going to see that area boom, and it's long overdue.
Well, you, of course, sponsor our Charity Champions program. We recognized another charity champion tonight, Heart of Texas FCA. That program is just so good and just recognizes these nonprofits that otherwise wouldn't have the exposure that you provide.
Definitely. They had about 150 of their student athletes at our tailgate today.
Oh, nice.
And I cannot say enough about how respectful and appreciative they were. It really shows what great work they're doing with our young athletes, and we need that so much, more than ever today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great organization doing fantastic work.
And we have a new charity champion every home game. This year, 8 home games, so there's
8
even more
nonprofits
opportunities.
that we get to highlight this season.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Very good. If someone has seen the Charity Champions program and say, I have someone I would like to recommend for that, how would they go about doing that?
They just need to go to our website, and it's super easy. Go to the Charity Champion, TFNB Charity Champion website, and it's point and click, super easy, and you only need to do it once. It doesn't help the nonprofit. We actually choose that internally. Our bank team looks at those, the bios, and vets through those, and we vote. We've got 110 employees, and they vote, and that's pretty much how we choose those every season. So it's very heartfelt, and it's very much a part of the organic flow of how we work as a work family team.
Good.
So, yeah, very cool. We love it.
Final thought, David, what would you say, what's the motivation, the association with Baylor and Baylor athletics?
It's incredible. It gives us such an opportunity to be a part of the community, and I think with our Charity Champion program and Baylor and bringing that together and what we get to do here every season, it joins our community and the Baylor family so much in a way that I think each get to know each other in a better way than ever before. It joins the Waco community and those in need and those doing great work with all the great work that's happening at Baylor. And so, I mean, it's collaborative in a way that I think it touches so many lives. We're very proud of it. This is our 11th year.
Yeah,
so just getting started.
Tremendous.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you very much. We appreciate TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics, very much. And it's always great to see you. Thanks
You too,
very much.
John. Thank
All right,
you so much.
let's get it going
Go
in the
Bears.
second half here.
Take care.
All right, David Littlewood from TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics, and our game sponsor tonight. And great to visit with David as we continue here at halftime. Halftime score, Texas Tech 17, Baylor 3. We'll take a break. When we come back on the Nissan halftime report, JJ will give us all the first half stats. They add up to a 17-3 lead for the Red Raiders, and we'll be right back here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB, your bank for life, is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Baylor Athletics Group experiences are back. fans can now purchase exclusive experiences on the Baylor Sports app for an elite in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can submit their own video board messages to go on the big screen during the game. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your experience today through the Baylor Sports app.
Premier ER and Urgent Care.
This is the last spot, JJ.
Urgent Care, with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Number of points Baylor probably need to win this game. Also, corral Taj Brooks, and Taj Brooks is the running back for Texas Tech. We'll look at his numbers in a second. And the last one was in the turnover category, be even, and both teams have turned the ball over once. So that Baylor is at least at a passing grade there. But the challenge, Tech 37 plays to Baylor's 35 plays. So time of possession, as you can imagine, is pretty close, 15 minutes and 9 seconds to 14:51 for Baylor. The challenge, Tech has 214 yards on their 37 plays. Baylor has 120 yards on their plays. Baylor does have 18 rushing attempts on the afternoon, but a few of those are going to be Blake Shapen. He had sacks in that, so that net rushing total yardage for Baylor is 18 for 3. Now, I didn't say in my 30 carries you could get 30 yards, so Baylor needs to find a way. Dominic Richardson, 4 carries for a net of 6 yards. Richard Reese, 4 carries for a net of 4 yards. Neighbors has 2 carries for a net of 2 yards. So as you can see, and then you take away that lost yardage from sacks, Baylor's running game is non-existent, as Coach Aranda mentioned. I mentioned the time of possession, but on third down, Tech is 3 of 9, but they're 1 of 2 on fourth down. Baylor's 3 of 8, but 0 of 2 on fourth down. So that has really impacted the score. Baylor 1 of 1 in the red zone. That's with another field goal and need TDs, not threes. Talked about that last week. Tech 3 of 4 in the red zone. Of course, they have 2 touchdowns and a field goal on the afternoon. Overall, Baylor, Drake Dabney started out the game well. 3 catches for 30 yards. Didn't see him late. Tech is yielding the middle. What Tech is doing is they're involving. They'll go single high safety about 20 yards back there. They're dropping another safety in what I would call, we used to call a robber position. That means he's looking for stuff over the middle, and he's going to react to run pretty quickly. And then, of course, that weak side linebacker, or sometimes the star, we call it a strong side linebacker, they're playing run because they know they have that safety behind them in that robber. And what's happening is they're keeping really high over Monterey to make sure he doesn't get deep, playing pretty aggressive outside. And then what Baylor does is they have to work that middle like they did early, and Baylor moved the ball well. So hopefully we'll see Dabney get another maybe 60 yards in the afternoon. Hal Presley, 3 catches for 19 yards. Jordan Neighbors, 2 catches for 43 yards for Texas Tech. Barron is 11 of 15, 97 yards, 2 scores, 2 nice throws. Blake Shaben, 9 of 17 for 117 yards, but he's been sacked 3 times. The leading receiver for Tech is Miles Price, 6 total catches for 39 yards. Baylor Cup does have that touchdown of 1 catch for 16 yards. That's that 6'6" tight end that's in. That caught a really good touchdown pass. And then Coy Eakin caught 1 fade, 1 for 13 yards there in that first half. Penalty-wise, both teams playing a pretty penalty-free game. 2 penalties for 20 yards for Tech, none for Baylor, so playing clean there. And the challenge for the Bears is to find a way to produce offense, especially on the ground. Joey knows Coach Grimes really well. He's on the same staff with him for a couple of years. So Coach Grimes is really going to have to try to understand that he's going to have to break his own tendencies a little bit, because it seems like they have a really good plan to attack Baylor's offense. Next, we'll bring you the second half. This is the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story.
All right.
When I walk away from Baylor,
I know I will be a more well-rounded individual.
Thank you.
Not
Got it.
only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Baylor Athletics Group experiences are back. Fans can now purchase exclusive experiences on the Baylor Sports app for an elite in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can submit their own video board messages to go on the big screen during the game. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your experience today through the Baylor Sports app.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Been listening to the Nissan Halftime Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics.
Yes, yes.
Premier, ER, and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we rejoin the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris, live from the booth, bringing you the second half of action and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Nearing the start of the third quarter here at McLean Stadium, Bears trail Texas Tech 17-3. Let's take this opportunity to pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds along the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Nearing the start of the third quarter, we appreciate you being with us on this Saturday evening. Bears have some work to do, trying to come from behind, down 17-3 as we near the start of the third quarter. Alongside J.J. Joe, Ricky Thompson on the sidelines for us, Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician, Bob Baker, our engineer in the booth. We are glad to have Lakeisha Joe with us. Who drives going home, J.J.?
Well, it depends on the game outcome.
Gotcha. Still to be determined. All right, glad to have Lakeisha with us. And we appreciate Don Gimmer, our frequency coordinator here tonight. Thanks also to Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. Thanks to Gary Moss, network operations here on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Glad to have Michael and Lexi Martin as our guest in the booth tonight as well. So other scores around the Big 12, one other game in progress. Iowa State leads TCU in Ames 17-7. That's with 11.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Tough place to play, John.
That's right. And Iowa State will be here for homecoming coming up later this month. Other scores, finals from earlier today, the battle of unbeatens. Texas unbeaten no longer. They lose to Oklahoma 34-30, the final score. A last-minute drive by Oklahoma, led by quarterback Dylan Gabriel, and they win at 34-30. Oklahoma State beat Kansas State last night 29-21. Kansas beat UCF today 51-22, that final score. Tech kicks off. Bears will get the ball first to begin the third quarter. Jordan Neighbors takes the kick a yard deep, returns it out. He is drilled into the ground at the 16-yard line. Really nice coverage by Texas Tech, although the player who made the tackle gets up holding his left arm rather limply. We'll see who that is, but Bears will begin at their own 16-yard line. It's Miguel Dingle who made the tackle and has to be escorted off the far side of the field.
Right now, Baylor's really struggled for field position. Start this first series there at the 16, and just a couple missed blocks. And got those. Now, see what Coach Grimes has changed here.
Shaping at quarterback, Dominic Richardson in the backfield. Richardson hits the hole on the left side. Nothing doing. 1 yard gain and pushed backwards from there. Miles Cole, that defensive end for Texas Tech, makes the hit.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's going to be hard. They have Jalen Hutchins in there, Tony Bradford, 2 big guys, and you don't get those guys moved. And then they got, like I say, Miles Cole. He's 6'6", 280. So those guys can play. You got to get them moving a little bit. Now, coaches, you're at risk of putting Blake. Just
snap back, 2nd down and 9. Shaping, pass left side, incomplete, off the hands of Jordan Neighbors. Pass was there, just glanced off his hands, incomplete. The Bears all of a sudden looking at 3rd down and 9 from their own 17.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Jordan Neighbors just probably took his eyes off the ball as it came to him. There's a little difference catching the ball out of the backfield versus a receiver where he started the year. Takes some adjustment, but that's one he has to catch. Putting the Bears in this first drive where they really need points in precarious position. 2-by-2 set. Blake Dabney moves in motion left to right.
There's 3 of 8 on 3rd downs tonight. This is 3rd down and 9. Shaping, flags are down. Shaping rolls right, passes upfield, nearly intercepted. But there is a flag down on the play. Shaping ends up in a heap back at the 10-yard line.
That's going to be offside there, John. They got to jump.
Offside, number 7. Defense lined up in the neutral zone. That 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
That's huge. That's going to push to 3rd and 4. That changes your mix. But Baylor hadn't run the ball well up the middle. And they really, overall, have been really contained and trying to get it on the edge. Tech's done a great job of reading. So Baylor's going to come out in a similar set, 2-by-2 set. Dabney's outside of Presley on his left. Going to come in motion. See what the set here is. Dabney in the middle will be a good one.
3rd down and 4 for the Bears from their own 22-yard line. Shaping takes the snap. Pocket collapses. He rolls to the right side, looking upfield. Gonna unleash it for Baldwin. Monterey Baldwin makes the catch. He goes to the ground after making the grab at the Tech 44-yard line. What great concentration, a great grab by Monterey Baldwin.
I tell you, that's a big-time play because, I mean, Blake could have threw a photo, but he was running full speed. But Monterey climbed the ladder to get that, knowing contact was coming.
Not a big guy, 5'9", 168, but he did climb the ladder. Here's Shaping to throw again. Running right side and threw it down the right sideline. It's incomplete, intended for Baldwin again.
What you see now, John, right there, yeah, Blake is having to move too much right now. The pressure's coming up the middle. He's having a leak. The last 2, I think maybe even 3 pass attempts, he's had a leak out early. And Tech isn't really, they're not really blitzing. They're doing delayed blitzes, meaning like if a running back stays in, they're going to bring a dog on him with one of those linebackers. They're 2nd and 10.
34-yard pickup on that big pass play to Baldwin. Shaping fakes the handoff, passes left side to Presley. Presley's got it. He's down inside the 40. So I'll call it a 5-yard pickup on that play. Here's another big 3rd down opportunity for Baylor. It's 3rd down and 5 from the Texas Tech, now about 39 and a half.
It's another little bootleg, but they did out a little different set, and Preston did a great job of reading an outside defender and stopping as soon as he caught the ball, turning up.
See if the Bears can convert here and continue the first drive of the 3rd quarter. Handoff to Richardson. Slips by 1 tackle, almost dives forward, gets to the 35. That'll be a yard short.
Going on the field, his runner is short of the line to gain. It's 4th down.
A spot at just inside the 35. Ricky, looks like about half a yard is what they need.
Yeah, it is about a half. He did a good job of going over the top.
Oh,
I don't think they got this.
Oh, man. They tried a quarterback sneak, and Shaping was under center. But, boy, there was no push there, was there?
No, and Baylor's struggled to get push, and really on that one, that's one where you know, they're going to be short, and that's one where you would really want, and they're going to signal and take ball. That means really just, I don't know if it was a fumble or if they're just turning over on downs, but Blake went under center, and he's going to do a quarterback sneak. But you got to remember, Baylor's center, Clark Barrington, is 6'3", 6'5", 306. The two guys in front of him that's going to keep him from getting low are 6 foot 300.
Right.
So he's not going to get lower than those guys.
Right.
So Blake has to make sure that if he's going to do a quarterback sneak next time, that he pauses, he gets the ball, secures it, and he looks if he needs to move left or right. He tried to go straight ahead, and Clark just doesn't have the leverage on those guys. And now Tech has the ball once again. A pretty decent field position at the 35.
Yeah, those two big guys in the middle, Tony Bradford, Jalen Hutchins, just sort of pinched in on Barrington and kept Baylor from gaining a half a yard. Ball goes over on downs. Here's Baron Morton throwing deep. It is intercepted. First play, interception Baylor. It is Caden Jenkins with another big play for the Bears.
Ricky, I'm not sure. That right there was high-level coverage, ball recognition, and catching. That's huge. That's big-time cornerback
Well,
play.
it absolutely was. It was great coverage, but the thing Caden did, too, is he turned and looked for the ball. If you watch him, he had a hand on the receiver, which is completely legal, but the thing that's even on top of that is his ability to go up and get the ball and make the catch. A lot of DBs are back there because they're not particularly good at catching the ball, and that's not the case with Caden. That was a great interception. That's one each of the last 2 weeks.
Wow. He was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week after that big game against UCF. Second interception there. The Bears have the ball back. Second takeaway tonight by Baylor. For the Bears, they take over at their own 29-yard line. Chapin fakes the handoff, backpedals, now being chased and sacked. Couldn't get rid of it, and he's down at the 18-yard line.
Down, and that's Blake. And Blake bootlegs to his right, looking back to his left. But Blake's outside the pocket. He doesn't need a receiver. He just needs to throw it out of bounds to his bench. But I think what Blake was looking at, he didn't have any receivers on this side of the field, so he didn't want to just throw it. I think if he just throws it into his bench, he can throw it anywhere since he's outside the pocket. He just kind of had a mind freeze right there. Now Baylor's second down at 21.
Esters with the sack. Third sack tonight by Texas Tech. Second and a bunch. Throws underneath to Dawson Pendergrass. Room to run. 30, 35 to the 40. And out to the 43-yard line. That's the way to get it back. Just a short throw underneath. And the freshman, Dawson Pendergrass, a big gain to the 42 for a Baylor first down.
And that's a great call by Coach Grimes, because if you're not going to work middle behind the backers, those linemen are getting up the field quickly. What you do is those backers are dropping a little bit. You just do a quick little, it's not a screen play. It is a screen, but there's a really quick screen. You throw behind them so that hopefully that slows them down a little bit. 23 yards on the pickup. First down Bears at their own 42. Back in business, trying to make something happen after the Caden Jenkins interception. Pass over the middle. It's caught by Armani Winfield. Armani is gang tackled by the Red Raiders. About 3 defenders get him on the ground at the Tech 43-yard line. I like that. I think what Coach is seeing is he's seeing some of giving those little few of those young players some action. If he's not getting the production outside he's looking for, he kind of rotates through. Coach Dallas Baker giving Armani some love there. Dallas Fort Worth young man. Baylor now they're moving a little bit now. First and 10 from the 43-yard line.
See if they can keep it going. 3 receivers to the left side. Now one comes in motion. Kelsey Johnson left to right. Pitch right side. Dominic Richardson to the 36-yard line. Now that was some pretty good blocking in front of him that time. And a gain to the 36, about a 7-yard gain on that carry.
Well, John, what they did there is they just got a man on a man, a hat on a hat. And they didn't let anybody leak. If you could just keep a man in front of you, a lot of times the running back will make the decision based on what he's reading, but you just can't get beat up gaps and leave a man kind of with a free runner, forcing the running back. So on that play, they'll run a little zone to the right, wide zone to the right, man on a man. Dominique makes a good run.
17-3, Tech leads, under 10 minutes to play, third quarter. Bears driving. Pitch again to Dominic Richardson. Gets through and, just tripped up. Just tripped up at the 31. Let's go down to Ricky.
Guys, he may be gone. Dominic may be gone if he doesn't get tripped up there at the line of scrimmage. He had one more guy to beat downfield. At the very least, that's a 15-yard pickup. Still a good run. First down, good carry by Dominic.
Miguel Dingle made that tackle. Maybe a touchdown saving tackle on that play. First down Bears at the Tech 31. Drive continues. First down's brought to you by Belfour Property Restoration. Donating $10 per Baylor first down to Waco first responders. From the 31, Chapin under center. He'll turn, hand to Dawson. Pendergrass weaves his way up the middle. Good strong running by Pendergrass inside the 20 to the 19. That's a 12-yard gain and a Baylor first down on the legs of Dawson Pendergrass.
And what you're seeing now is if you're seeing once the line starts just locking onto a man and not let guys go free, the running backs on that, Dawson did a great job of picking the hole and finding it and making a move. And he didn't get contacted to 3 yards in the backfield of the defense. So first and 10.
They're in the HEB red zone. Baylor at the 19 with 8.5 minutes on the clock here in the third quarter. Blitz is coming. Chapin hit on the blind side right after he handed the ball off, and he took an absolute shot in the back. Chapin is up and appears to be okay. He had just handed the ball off, and then Chapin was absolutely blasted on the backside, but he gets up and he's okay, and the Bears get no gain on that play, so it's second down and 10.
Yeah, Tech is sending a lot of those strong side blitzers, and they're doing it quite a bit. They have that safety down in the box. Only one high safety, what I would call the stars in the box, and the strong safeties in the box. So
it was Pendergrass with that carry on the previous play. Second and 10. Pass near sideline. Pendergrass has it. He is down at the 15-yard line, right in front of our Ricky Thompson. Let's go down to him.
I tell you what, Pendergrass delivered the blow then. He had 2 Tech defenders out here. Not a big gain, but he picked up an additional 3 or 4 yards just lowering his shoulder and running into these guys. This guy is a tough dude.
Tech's doing a good job, though, of making Baylor run plays. Now, here you go. You got 3rd and 5. This is where Tech would probably bring a little pressure here. And Coach has Keytron out there to his left. Tech looks to be playing zone. Here comes the blitz.
From the 15, 3rd and 6. Blitz is coming. Pass batted down, incomplete. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, the Rabbit, comes in and knocks the ball incomplete. Now, I didn't see further downfield if he'd gotten that pass over his arms. Yeah, was there somebody out there?
There was somebody out there. I didn't like the look.
Okay.
And I think Blake was just going to unload it because he did have such pressure. But Tech is, I would say, if I'm Coach Grimes, I know probably 50 to 60%. They're bringing a smoker from the wide side of the field. Baylor's going to go for it. 2-by-2 set. It looks like he has Hal Presley in the slot to his right. Has an opportunity there. Tech's going to play. Looks like right now they're going to play zone, but they're creeping those backers up.
Here's the play. It's 4th down and 6 for the Bears. Baylor 0 for 3 on 4th downs tonight. Pass batted down. Hal Presley, the intended receiver, at the 10-yard line. Good coverage. Ball is knocked incomplete, and the ball goes over on downs to Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's one right there. I mean, it's not a bad throw as we get ready to go to break, John. Hal Presley slots trying to try to work inside and run a pivot route back out. But you know, as a veteran, I mean, what'll happen, Ricky probably knows this. If you're going to run that pivot, you want to have a little collision with that defender and get off of him. So that gets his momentum, helps get you out of the cut. So Baylor, once again, I think we're on 4th downs. We're 0 of 4.
0 for 4.
0 for 4.
Rashad Williams knocked that one incomplete. Ball goes over to Texas Tech. 7:02 to play, 3rd quarter. Tech leading Baylor 17-3 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
This is Walter Abercrombie, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, with a special invitation to join us November 3rd for our 2023 Baylor Athletic Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor induction banquet. This year's outstanding class includes Max Muncy from Baylor Baseball, basketball standout and longtime radio analyst Pat Nunley. The Hall of Fame class also includes Ken Quisenberry and J.D. Walton from football, track and field's Tiffany Townsend, Sandy Forsyth Massey, and Stan Curry, and Dennis Lukash from men's tennis. Also recognized will be former tennis letter winner George Chandler as the latest addition to the B Association's Wall of Honor. The 2023 induction banquet will be held Friday, November 3rd at the Cashin Building on Baylor campus. For tickets or table sponsorships, contact Tammy Harden at 254-710-3045 or email her at tammy_harden@baylor.edu. We hope to see you there.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Health, the official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. Also brought to you by HEB, the 2023 Baylor football season presented by HEB. Tech takes over on downs. Baylor 0 for 4 on fourth down conversion attempts tonight. 4 for 11 on third down opportunities. This one comes deep in Tech territory. Bears driving, and they'll give the ball away at the Tech 15-yard line.
Tech's only run one play this half. Baylor's had the ball, no points.
This play going to hand it off to Taj Brooks. A little pushing after the play ends. 3-yard gain to the 18 by Taj Brooks, who is over 100 on the night. No, he's not. He's at 99.
Yeah, he's right there close, John. He's going to get over there. Tech's going to sub in. 3 receivers to the right. Brent Morton, I said the gave his stats. He's 11 of 16. I think last week he's like 14 of 22 or 3. Very efficient.
Second down 7 for Texas Tech. Pass right side. Miles Price has it. Bears have him surrounded. Finally make the tackle at the 19-yard line. A couple of yards on that pickup.
Yeah, it's going to leave about 3rd and 5, 6, 3rd and 6. And that's a good play. That's one of those, this extended run game. Morton has a good arm, and he gets it out to the sideline quickly with a couple blockers in front of his receiver. But now this is where Baylor has to stand up. Tech, 3rd downs in that first half. 3 of 9. So Baylor did a decent job. You got to wonder as they break out of this compressed formation, they go diamond. He has a slant to his right. If he doesn't like the diamond to his right.
Here's the play, 3rd down and 6. Slant right side is, did he catch it? It looks like he did, just picked it up off the turf. So I think that's going to be a catch and enough for a 1st down for the Red Raiders out to the 27-yard line.
And that's something right there that Coach wants, Coach Powell wants Chatu Reed to know. When you see this, this is recognition. Chatu Reed, a redshirt junior out in Oklahoma, has to know if they go, I'm going to go single side, they go to that set, they're going to run a slant. And I have to be inside leverage press man and force them to throw the fade, and Tech picks it up.
1st and 10 Red Raiders, their own 27. Pitch it, left side. There's nice coverage there, gain to the 32, so ends up being about it ends up being a 6-yard gain. Devin Bobby makes the tackle.
Yeah, that starts to wear on you a little bit. They pick up those 1st downs. Every defense starts to churn a little bit.
Brooks again with the carry.
Oh, wow, he fell sideways. He didn't fall forward on that one, John.
Which has not happened much.
Exactly.
Ran into the waiting arms there of Baylor's Gabe Hall, the senior from Waller. No gain on that play, so 3rd down and 4 for Tech from their own 33.
Well, that's a good play, and that's what you need from Gabe. I mean, someone has to win. These guys aren't trying to dominate. What they're trying to do is make you pick a side and turn you that way, so you got to get pushed. Now, 3rd down and 4. Joey be more likely to punt this ball away. Baylor can limit this gain here.
Oh, there's Brooks up the middle. He's got a 1st down. Squirts forward to the 40-yard line. On 3rd down and 4, he gets about 7. That'll get Brooks over 100 for the night. He has his 4th straight game rushing over 100 yards.
Yeah, and that Brooks, you can see, he likes to fall forward. They do a pretty good job of just making sure there's no penetration. Baylor has had very little penetration this afternoon. We'll get to tackles for loss. No tackles for loss for Baylor in the afternoon. So, and then Taj, he does a great job of just picking the little crease.
20 carries, 112 yards so far for Brooks. Looking for more. Gets another carry. And moves the pile forward again out to the 47, 48-yard line on that carry.
Yeah, they just force it. The backers, it's muddy for the backers. That's not what you want. You want those linemen to eat up blocks.
Brooks again, looking for a hole. This time stood up and pushed backwards. Maybe a yard to the 49, and that's it. So it'll be 3rd down and 1 for the Red Raiders. They're at their own 49-yard line. 3:07 and counting, 3rd quarter. Tech leading Baylor 17-3. Same score we had at halftime.
Yeah, right there. I mean, once again, really what you want, since Tech's linemen are they're just holding their ground, the backers have to wait because they got to wait for the running back. If the backers get antsy down, it's 3rd down and less than 1. Probably about probably about 6 inches.
Yeah, that's true. Less than a yard, 3rd down for Tech. Give to Brooks. Brooks has got the 1st down. Just across midfield, couple of extra yards to the Baylor 48. Move the chains, another 1st down for Texas Tech. Now with 2.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Let's check in with Ricky.
Brooks is really patient back there. If you watch him, he watches the line of scrimmage, hops around, sees a crease, and then he hits it hard. And that's tough at 230 pounds to stop that force.
1st and 10 for Tech from the Baylor 48. Looks in the backfield. Baron Morton takes the snap. Morton rolls right, passes right side. It is caught over there. And the tackle made immediately after the catch.
That's a nice little route. And what you have is a combination route. They're giving Morton just a sprint out pass. He has one option and a little collision there. The receiver, and I think that's Bradley. I think that's number 9, and maybe number 6. I think it's number 9. Bradley does a great job of accepting the contact and using the contact to his advantage to then pivot out of the contact and leave himself open.
It was Jaron Bradley with the catch for the Red Raiders. 6-yard pickup, 2nd and 4 for Tech. Morton in the shotgun. Gonna throw it down the right sideline. It is incomplete. Pretty good coverage over there by the Bears, running step for step with the defensive back, or with the receiver is Carl Williams. I'm sorry, Tevin Williams.
Yeah, Tevin Williams. And now what you have is 3rd down and 4. The reason they throw that fade, which is a low percentage throw, is Joey Guire knows I'm on my side of the field, on Baylor's side of the field, and I'm going to go for it if we don't get it on 4th down. I got Taj Brooks, who has 124 yards. I'm going to give him 2 looks at it, but they're going to split him out. Either way, he's going for it on 4th if they don't get it.
Yeah, so an empty backfield. Morton stands in, pass near side. Price has it. Lots of green in front of him. Down the sideline, finally out of bounds. Inside the 20-yard line.
That's a nice pick route.
Miles Price wide open for that catch. A big gain, a 3rd down conversion, and 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, that's why you got to play press man a lot of times against those guys when they have that, especially teams that like to run a bunch of rub routes. That outside receiver comes in. He basically runs his route right at the inside defender. I forgot the number. I didn't see the number for Baylor. It's a collision there, and that's what leaves Price wide open in the flat. That corner has to press that man and get him off that route.
From the 18-yard line, following a 24-yard pickup, pass, caught, touchdown, Texas Tech. Into the end zone, untouched. Baylor Cup on the receiving end, and Tech has punched it in to up their lead to 23-3 over the Bears here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it's just good. They've been holding that one. You know, I mean, that's, you know, that you can tell that they had held that play. When Baylor's, I mean, when Tech is running the ball as well as they're doing, any little play action is going to get Baylor's ends and linebackers, so they clear out. They get Garmin Randolph has to read, cup the tight end and make a decision. Do I cover and go, or do I wait for this run play?
Gino Garcia on for the extra point. The kick is good. Red Raiders now lead the Bears 24-3 with 38 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Timeout on the field will step aside. Red Raiders up their lead. 3 touchdowns over the Bears. 24-3. Tech up on Baylor. Our coverage will continue after this word from your local station.
Texas Golf Carts has been providing sales, service, and leasing to Central Texas since 1993. We offer many different parts and accessories from various manufacturers and are the only authorized Yamaha and Club Car dealer in Central Texas. Visit our new location off Highway 6 in Waco or call us at 848-5991 and let us know what you are looking for, and we'll provide the expertise in meeting and achieving your desires and specifications. We are also proud supporters of the Baylor Bears. Sick 'em, Bears.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Sponsor tonight, TFNB, your bank for life, is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texans are making TFNB their bank for life by stopping by any one of their 5 locations or visiting tfnbtx.com and Sick 'em Bears. Scoring drive by Texas Tech, 13 plays, 85 yards, 6:24 off the clock here in the third quarter. A methodical drive down the field that puts Tech up 24-3 on the Bears with 38 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Tech is working its way to manageable third downs, 3rd and 6. They made a good play to pick that up, 3rd and 4, a 3rd and 1, and they had a 3rd and 4. They picked up all of those, and all of a sudden, they're converting 7 of 13 on 3rd downs. They were 3 of 13. I'm sorry, 3 of 10, I think it was. Yes, 3 of 10 and 3 of 9. 3 of 9. So Baylor has to find a way just to get an offense, just to get a touchdown. Start there.
Burkhardt boots it away. Neighbors takes it at the 3 on the near hash. To the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Spins away. Pulled down at the 24-yard line. So the Baylor offense has the ball back. They will take over at their own 24-yard line. Trailing 24-3 are the Bears to the Red Raiders. TV will take a timeout right here. We will keep it right here.
Got to get those breaks in, don't they?
Yes, sir. So look at the stats updated from halftime. Tech now 299 yards total offense. Very balanced. 154 passing, 145 rushing. Baylor 220 total. 199 yards passing, only 21 yards rushing tonight. Not to jinx anything, but Baylor has not committed a penalty at all tonight. They are they lead the Big 12 in fewest penalty yards per game. A 3rd down conversion has been a bugaboo, 4 of 11. 4th downs, Baylor 0 for 4 tonight. Tech 7 of 13 on 3rd downs, 1 of 2 on 4th downs. The pressure by the defense also. 7 tackles for loss by Tech. 4 sacks by the Red Raiders. The game last year in Lubbock, Baylor feasted on Tech in that category. Had 6 tackles for losses, had 5 interceptions last year, but no such good fortune for Baylor this year.
Yeah, now, John, what's happened is Baylor has become one-dimensional, and that means 21 yards rushing, 26 carries, 21 total yards rushing. Of course, shaping sack yardage, 18 negative yards you know, I mean, rushing for him because of the sack yards. But Dominic Richardson, look, 8 carries for 23 yards. That's less than 3 yards a carry. Dawson Pendergrass is your leading rusher with 2 for 12. And then Rich Reese 4 of 4. So really Baylor hadn't been able to get the running game going. So what does that allow? That's allowed Tech to take one gap and go. We're just trying to get upfield and get somewhere. And Baylor hadn't had a solution. They've done a great job of timely blitzes off the edge by their outside safety, their strong safety, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. He's playing, and think about it, number one, he's listed as a safety, a deep safety, and he's blitzing off the edge. That's the old school strong safety. That's 5-6 yards in the defensive backfield, and he's either blitzing or he's getting in the run game, and that's really hampered Baylor. We haven't had a solution for it, and you only have you have a quarter to go, but you got to get some production.
Bears need to figure out a way to move the chains. Moving the chains is brought to you by Central Transportation. Moving is a bear. Let Central Transportation Systems cage that bear and leave it to the professionals to handle all of your moving and storage needs. Whether you're moving to Dallas, Houston, or across the country, Central Transportation Systems can pack and move your home and give you the ultimate moving experience. Give them a call at 254-256-2577 or visit online at centralsystems.com/Baylor.
It'll be interesting to see what Coach comes out with here. I mean, you really need this. 32 seconds to go in the quarter, but really Baylor has to get their first. They just got to get their first touchdown of the afternoon, and it doesn't matter how much time it takes you. So it's going to come out in a 2-by-1 set. 2 tight ends. Dawson Pendergrass in the backfield. Tech's going to be very similar. If you look at their look, they do have 2 deep safety, but all of a sudden what will happen, they're going to stay there now since they have that lead. There they go.
Bears begin at their own 24-yard line. Here they come. The rush on Shapen. He's going to run it. Shapen upfield. He'll not slide. He'll dive to the 34. I think he got the first down on that carry. A 10-yard. No, they'll spot him at the 33. So a 9-yard gain by Shapen on first down.
Yeah, you see, once you break through there on a lot of these sets by Tech, there's just nobody there. It's just that Blake is deciding to run it because there's no receiver in the middle of the field. Everybody's outside the hashes, where their success earlier was inside the hashes. So, but there's a void there.
That's going to be the end of the third quarter before they can get another play.
That is the end of the third
run
quarter.
On the field. End of 3 at McLean Stadium. Our score: Texas Tech 24, Baylor 3. Back with the fourth quarter after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be #1. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
#1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume and a Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We're also brought to you by Pepsi. Hey, Bears fans, this football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. 24-3, Tech leads Baylor as we go to the fourth quarter. JJ, about some of the stats through 3 quarters tonight.
Well, John, time of possession pretty even. 21-41 to Tech, 23-19 to Baylor. 51 total plays for Tech, 53 for Baylor. But it's what you do with those plays. 9.6. I'm sorry. That's the wrong stat. 299 yards for Tech, 229 for Baylor. Not a big difference. 70 total yards. But the challenge is, Baylor has not found a way to convert on 4th downs. 0-4 on 4th down. Tech 1 of 2. Baylor 4 of 11 on 3rd down. Tech 7 of 13. And Baylor's found a way to put points on the board. You have Brett Morton, 3 touchdowns passing, 16 of 22. Blake Shapen, 14 of 26, 199, but no touchdowns. Tech has been able to overcome being a -1 on the afternoon with 2 turnovers to Baylor's 1. Baylor now, it's 2nd down and 1, entering the 4th quarter. It's going to take a lot of work because the running game, John, a total of 30 yards for Baylor, 145 for Tech.
Wow. 30 net yards for the Bears on the ground tonight. Switch ends, Bears have it. Their own 33-yard line. 2nd and 2, Shapen, pressured, sacked. The ball comes out. It's covered by Baylor. Shapen was hit from behind and the ball popped out. It was covered down there by, I think Campbell Barrington covered that ball.
Yeah, what you have right there, that's a slow developed play. It's a play action pass. Blake is trying to wait. But if you look at the Tech defense, and we've been seeing the whole game, the middle of the field is just no one there. But all the routes are wide and they're deep. And instead of someone in the middle, and Tech is able to get away with that for the whole game because we haven't thrown the ball back to Drake Dabney. Let's see if this adjustment made. It's needed now.
And it's 3rd down and 8 after that loss. Pass out to the right side. Pendergrass looking to get things going. He is tackled at the 30, just shy of the 30. So now it's 4th down, 4th and about 5 for the Bears. Looks like the offense is staying out there. They'll go for it with 14 minutes to play here in the 4th quarter, down by 21.
Yeah, there's just really no choice now. And the question is, what do you run? Baylor hadn't had any consistency with anything. The run would normally be a threat for Baylor, but if I'm Tech, I don't even believe you're going to run it. So then I'm going to pressure Blake with a little blitz here.
Here's the play, 4th down and 5. Shapen.
Oh, he's wide
passes. Baldwin's got it. He's going to score. Got it over the defensive back. Monterey Baldwin will trot into the end zone. On 4th down and 5, 71 yards for the Baylor touchdown.
Well, I'm going to tell you, on that, Ricky, I'm not sure who you were, but I'm going to tell you, Dadrian Taylor-Dickerson's had a good game, but he misjudged that one. It was a really good catch by Monterey to not be distracted by that hand going in front of him.
Well, he absolutely misjudged that ball, and Monterey had the catch, but the ball bounced twice as he's trying to come down with it. Obviously, when he finally takes possession, no way anybody's going to catch him from there. What a huge play and a misplay by Texas Tech. You just don't give up that kind of play on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. But they did. This puts the Bears back in this ball game. Looks like they're going for 2.
All right, Bears will go for 2. This strategy led to a win last week. Snap back to Shapen. Flag is down. Shapen, touchdown, or the 2-point conversion is good on the pass to Hal Presley, but it may be coming back.
Somebody flinched. I was trying to understand this 13-point. I mean, Ricky, I'm going to have you do the math for me here about 24-10 versus 24-11.
Hey, after last week, don't even question it, okay?
There are 2 fouls on the play. Offside, number 1. Defense, illegal motion, number 21. Offense, fouls will offset. Replay the try.
I don't doubt it, but I'm trying to get this match, John. 13 or 14, Ricky.
Yeah, I guess what this tells you is if they came to within 24-23 at the end of the game, they're not going for overtime. They'd go for 2. So they're doing it now, but I think I might wait.
I'm telling you, Dave Aranda is the smartest man in the room. So whatever the room is, so don't question it. Here we go, going for 2 again after offsetting penalties. Dabney moves from the left side to the right side. Baylor going for a 2-point conversion. Snap back to Chapin. Over the middle, in traffic, it is caught. He threaded the needle, and it's good. Keytron Jackson, his first catch of the night. It's a 2-point conversion, and it is 24-11. The Bears are in the end zone for the first time this evening.
I'm trying to do this math in my head, John. I'm going to come back to this after.
Okay, you work on it. We'll take a break. Bears with their first touchdown of the night and a 2-point conversion. The big play, a 71-yard touchdown pass from Chapin to Monterey Baldwin. And with 13:34 to play, it's now Texas Tech 24, Baylor 11. You're listening to Baylor Bear Football, the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Four plays, 76 yards, 2:04 off the clock. Big play, a 71-yard touchdown pass to Monterey Baldwin. Monterey, who is third in the league in yards per reception. That just went up. He was averaging 23.2 yards per catch, and just caught one for 71 yards. First downs now on the night, 14 for Baylor, 14 for Texas Tech. This season, Belfour will donate $10 per Baylor first down to Waco first responders. Thank you to Belfour for supporting first responders. Here's the kickoff by Baylor from right to left. It'll bounce at the 10 and eventually roll out of bounds. Took a couple of bounces inbounds and then rolled out as the back, Dre McCray, all of a sudden thought, I got to cover that.
The ball was not touched by the receiving team, therefore kickoff out of bounds. Kicking team, the ball will be placed at the 35-yard line.
I think we've had 3 of those in the last 2 games.
I think you're right.
If I'm not mistaken, is that right?
I think you're right. First one tonight, and it gifts Texas Tech 10 yards. They'll take over at their own 35-yard line.
Well, right here, I mean, John, what you really need from Baylor's defense, I mean, is to find a way. I mean, on Tech's last drive, they went, I want to say that's 15-yard line. They went 85 yards, if I'm not mistaken, after that interception. So
no, you're right.
Yeah, so Baylor has to find something here now, and really you got to get Taj Brooks under control, get him under wraps, because he's had a very good afternoon, 124 yards.
From the 35, Texas Tech, Baron Morton in the shotgun, passes right flat. It is caught. Sliding to the ground is Miles Price, the senior from the Colony. That is a gain of 5 on first down to the 40.
Yeah, just a little RPO look right there. Miles Price just runs a little out. And it looks like Baron Morton may have had a chance to hand that off if he read kind of the outside coverage is not what he liked. But that's just a complimentary play. And Baylor's corner playing a little soft. Nice easy throw, even though it was a pretty good catch because the ball was low.
Second down 5 for the Red Raiders from their own 40-yard line. 24-11 our score. Texas Tech on top. Snap back to Morton. Passes left side open, makes the catch. Cross midfield. Still on his feet to the Baylor 40. Baylor stripping at the ball. Finally, it's blown dead. It's Miles Price again. He gets all the way to the Baylor 40. So a 20-yard pickup on that completion. And Tech is in Baylor territory.
Well, John, we've seen this movie. They're working inside receivers. Baylor's they run a combo routes, either trying to do a rub route and get that inside guy on an out or get him locked up on a safety. And we've seen this movie. And Tech has seen it as well.
1st and 10, handoff. Taj Brooks trying to get outside on the left side. Just lowers his shoulder and runs into Devin Bobby, who makes the tackle at the 32. So it's an 8-yard pickup for Taj Brooks, who's now at 132 yards rushing tonight.
Yeah, Tech just has an answer for everything Baylor's trying to do, spread Baylor out, and then trying to pick. If they have an advantage outside, they're just doing simple out routes or slant routes. If they have an advantage inside number, they're handing out to Taj Brooks, who now has 132 yards on 24 rushes. So someone has to win in the middle.
2nd and 2 for Texas Tech. Morton flushed out of the pocket. Throwing on the run for the end zone. Diving to get the catch. Miles Price, nobody's made a call. Nope, they say it's skipped in, so no catch. Price made a great effort of it.
He did.
In the end zone, but they say no catch.
And he was open. I mean, he got loose. I'm going to tell you, man, Tech, they got away with the tackleization on one of the defensive ends. He was coming around. He kind of hog-tied him. I'm surprised the official didn't catch that one, but nevertheless, it's incomplete. Tech now to 3rd down and about 2. So they took their shot. Baylor's having to take a few chances, bring a little pressure here. And I would think right now, 3rd and 2, they're going to give Taj Brooks at least one of these carries, maybe even 2 looks at this to get this 1st down.
Replay shows that ball definitely skipped in to Miles Price. Here is Brooks. Up the middle, he's got the 1st down and more all the way to the 22-yard line.
Yeah, Baylor trying to tackle the ball right now, trying to get a turnover, knowing they can't really give up any points. And it's taking time. It's 11 minutes and 7 seconds and counting, so really time is going against Baylor, knowing they need two conversions. But the number one thing Baylor has to do is they have to keep them out of the end zone. A field goal actually keeps you in the game, and maybe that's what Coach Brand is thinking. If they do kick a field goal, you're down 16, so you're still in the game. 2 scores, 2 two-point conversions.
10-yard pickup on that carry by Brooks. 1st and 10, Tech at the 22. Brooks again. This time pops to the outside. Baylor's got him surrounded. Finally get him on the ground at the 20. Boy, that is
tough running.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it looked like they had him about 3 or 4 yards further back up field. He ends up inside the 20 with that carry.
Yeah, John, that's just a nice, easy. He gets the ball, takes his time, as Ricky mentioned earlier, and he starts bouncing all the way to his left. Looks like Baylor had him corralled for maybe a no gain, maybe even a 1-yard loss. Baylor no tackles for losses on that. I mean, loss on the afternoon, and Taj picks up 3.
Now 2nd and 8 from the 20. Snap back, pitch to the receiver coming around, and he has nowhere to go. Brooks Miller makes the tackle. Spotted at the 18-yard line. Let's check in with Ricky.
Hey guys, one other thing you'll notice, Taj is in the game every play. They're not bringing him in and out. He is in the game every play, running tough. That's really an all-down back for you.
Yeah.
Right now they got a 3-by-1 set. Baylor's showing they're going to play zone coverage, so that would make you think they're going to run this ball to Taj Brooks on his 3rd and 6.
That was the speedy Dre McCray on that previous play. Here is a handoff, running right into the end zone if he didn't step out of bounds, and he did not. Touchdown, Texas Tech. 18-yard touchdown run. Red Raiders are back in the end zone.
Yeah, John, this is the numbers game, and what you see out there is they went 3-by-1 set. What they're trying to get Baylor to do is define, hey, how are you going to cover? You're going to keep one extra guy in the box. I'm going to look for the man-to-man side. If you take them out of the box and play zone coverage too deep, maybe man under, I'm going to then run it to Taj Brooks. So that's why he moved right to left. He moves over, takes the ball. Wasn't even a zone read. It was just really a zone play, zone-looking play. Baylor had one less man in the box. So that means then Taj got to the secondary, second level, unless one of your guys up front win. And that's what that coverage is based on. They're going for 2.
Big night for Brooks in the end zone for the first time. They are going for 2. It's Brooks again, and he will walk into the end zone with the 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion is good by Texas Tech. And with 9:15 to play, Texas Tech completes an 8-play, 65-yard scoring drive, 4:19 off the clock. Taj Brooks the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. With 9:15 to play, it's now Texas Tech 32, Baylor 11. You're listening to Baylor Bear Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's that time of year, and these deals are getting spooky good. This month at Allen Samuels in Waco during Jeep Adventure Days, you can get 10% off MSRP on all trim levels on all new Jeep Compasses, Gladiators, Renegades, and on the all-new Grand Cherokees except Laredos. You heard that right, 10% off MSRP. We've got a great selection of inventory to choose from, and we're making big deals. Hurry in. These won't last long. Come see what Allen Samuels in Waco can offer you and find the Jeep that fits your lifestyle.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field.
Yes.
Classroom.
Yes.
And for generations to come. So get connected. Get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Boys, proud sponsor of Baylor Athletics. You can sick them right here at McLean Stadium, or you can find them wrapped in their iconic white butcher paper at your H-E-B deli sections and many fine supermarkets in Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, or Austin. Antone's original po' boys are made with recipes that haven't changed since 1962. Check it out here at the stadium, or look it up for Antone's famous po' boys.
Well, 9:15 to go. I think returning we have Jonah Burton and Dawson Pendergrass. Baylor just needs points quickly. Now really the deficit after that touchdown and 2-point is 21 points. So that's a large lift, but you can't do it until you get the first one. Got to protect Shapen. And it starts with hopefully trying to get something cheap here on a kickoff return.
Kick is away from left to right. Jonah Burton is about 4 yards deep. He will wisely take a knee, and the Bears will begin at their own 25-yard line. Bears ball, 9:15 to go, now trailing by 21 again. 32-11 is the score.
Well, you can bet they won't let Monterey run by him again. I think, number one, Adrian Taylor Dickerson, he probably took a tongue lashing for letting Monterey get behind him. That deep safety is playing about 15 to 20 yards, and his one job probably is, hey, no one gets deeper than you. So now that probably should open up some things underneath, and what Blake has to know is time is not my friend. So what I got to do is I'm trying to know where my check down is, and Coach Grimes has to make sure he has a check down and try to work the middle of the field beyond the sticks.
Austin Pendergrass in there at a running back position, shaping to throw. Over the middle, it is caught. Watch out. Monterey Baldwin showing that speed to the 50, to the 40. Pulled down from behind a horse collar. So there'll be added yardage onto that, but there is the speedy, freakishly fast Monterey Baldwin with a big play.
They need to get more than that. I mean, that to me, that's almost worse than targeting, to be honest with you. When you got a guy going and you pull him back by those pads, that's going to give him 15 yards, but here's the call.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle, number 0. Defense, 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down.
That wasn't number 0, that's number 1. The one that got beat.
Correction, that foul was by number 1 of the defense. Number 1.
And that's a really dangerous play. That's the reason that's been outlined. But that's a 39-yard catch and run.
Big play, and then 15 on the end of that. Bears have it at the Texas Tech 21. 2 receivers right, Pendergrass in the backfield. Chapin will pass it, juggled. Josh Cameron holds on to it. He's down to the 10-yard line.
To the line.
There's 11 yards on that pickup. Bears in the HEB red zone. Baylor football 2023, presented by HEB. And another Baylor first down brought to you by Belfour, where they restore more than property.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Baylor just run 2 plays and run a bunch of subs in. But time, I mean, every second matters. Baylor, number 1, getting the touchdown matters, of course, but wasting a lot of time in subs in here. Blake under center.
It is first and goal for the Bears from the 10. Chapin will pitch it in the backfield and stacked up for a loss of a couple of yards.
I don't understand that one, John. They ran subs out. Baylor's gotten down here with 2 big plays throwing. I know it gets compressed, but then what happens is they bring heavies in, and then they do a toss ISO. Now they're gonna
lost a couple of yards on the play. This one tossed forward to Dominic Richardson. He gets 1 yard of it back to the 11, but now it's third and goal from the 11 for the Bears.
All right, so right now, I mean, now you're third and goal from the 11 because you lost two yardage.
Right.
And really, Tech's done a good job. They were playing coverage, but once you get inside a certain end zone, what they're doing is they're going to compress them. Now, Baylor's going to go out a 3-by-1 set. Dabney's to his right. The question is, what does that middle safety do that's on that hash? Does he work away from Dabney? He may have a chance.
Here's the play, third and goal from the 11. Chapin steps up, pressured, and sacked back at the 16-yard line. Sack number 6 on the night by Texas Tech. And that one comes at a most inopportune time. Fourth and goal from the 16 now for the Bears. Looks like they're going to kick here. Isaiah Hankins on. 6:55 and counting. Bears down by 21. You're still doing that math, aren't you?
I'm telling you, I'm doing pretty good at math. And this one.
Dylan Schaub is the deep snapper for the Bears. Give him a lot of credit as he came in last week. Actually 2 weeks ago for the injured Garrison Grimes. Good snap, good hold, and the field goal is good by Isaiah Hankins. So the Bears with 3 out of that possession. 6:35 to go. Our new score, Texas Tech 32, Baylor 14. We'll take a break and be right back. You're listening to Baylor Big 12 football. We're back after this word from Toyota.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view.
That's just a waste. What a waste.
Become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For your chance to win a football recruit game day experience for 2 in the Toyota 5-Star Fan Sweepstakes. Visit ToyotaFiveStarFan.com to enter. Toyota's a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Before the kickoff, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Baylor to kick it off following a 6-play, 59-yard scoring drive, ended with a 33-yard field goal by Isaiah Hankins. Here's with the onside kick attempt, gets through the first wave, and then it's covered at the Tech 48-yard line. Trying for a little trickeration there. They had Isaiah Hankins and Jack Stone out there. Both approached the ball. You don't know which one's going to kick, which direction it will go. It did get through the first wave, the front line of the Tech kick return team, but covered on the second line, and Tech has it at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, now what you got to do, really, what happens is they run the ball so well. You just got to go after the ball. And Taj Brooks was already at 163 yards rushing. Has not had a propensity to fumble the ball. 633, but that's the only thing you can do as a defender. You got to take the swipes at the ball. See if you can turn.
6:33 on the clock. May get a heavy dose of Taj Brooks the rest of the way. He gets the handoff here, and he's pushed backwards. They'll give him forward progress to the 48, so no gain. Devin Bobby leads the way defensively.
I think Coach is gonna hold his timeouts now. Try to see if they can get a pretty quick little stop here. Get the ball back. Still need 3 scores, 18-point deficit. Tech's going to take all their time, 13 counting on the clock.
Yeah, they'll milk that clock every play now. Here's 2nd down and 10 for the Red Raiders from their own 48. Aaron Morton takes the snap a little low, hands to Brooks, feels his way across the line, down the line, now shoots forward for a couple of yards. Carl Williams, the 4th, makes the tackle. 2-yard gain, 3rd down and 8 for the Red Raiders from midfield, ball just across the 50-yard line.
Right here now, this is when you need to stop. Tech probably doesn't want to throw this ball. If they do throw it, they're trying to, here we go again. They're going to go 3-by-1 set, Taj in the backfield. They're going to see if you're going to go play zone. Right now, Baylor is showing they're going to play zone to the boundary, play a little bit, so they probably try to throw this ball out to the right if they trust him enough. Inside man on an out, 2 in and they outside on an out.
Here's the play, 3rd down and 8. Morton looking to throw, pressured, and the sack, the first of the night by the Bears. They finally get to Baron Morton, sack for Baylor. It is Brendan Bett who gets to the Tech quarterback all the way back to the 40-yard line.
Well, that's a good play right there. Baylor kind of bailed out. They got to bail out. They did bring the Mike backers. Right
Timeout, Baylor, they're first.
They brought Matt Jones as well on a little, he read what the running back was going to do.
Reset the game clock to 4:55, please, 4:55.
I guess a timeout was called there, John. They brought Matt Jones on a blitz, and then, of course, Bett ended up clearing his guy and getting the sack. That was huge, but they were going to try to attack. Once again, Baylor was showing, they were showing coverage at first, and then they were showing like they were going to play man onto the field. And Barron checked to a pass. At least that's what the sideline gave to him. And then Baylor bailed out of it, and he just didn't have a clear look. So he did the right thing, take the sack, punt the ball away.
4th down and 18 for the Red Raiders. They will punt it away, apparently punt the ball away. First sack tonight by Baylor. Tech has 6 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. Kick is away by McNamara. Josh Cameron awaits. Takes the fair catch inside the 10 at the 6-yard line. So the Bears have the ball back, 4:47 to play. Sack was big for Baylor to get that tackle there and force the punt. Now they'll spot it at the 7-yard line, so they're 93 yards away from pay dirt, trailing 32-14 to the Red Raiders.
Yeah, and right there, that's a great punt. And once again, I'm not sure where Ricky is, but I was surprised he'd feel that punt again. Maybe it was to save time, Ricky. I mean, you're standing right down there.
No, I'm not sure. These guys are normally coached to take it at the 10. If it's over their head or past that, let it go. So I don't know why you would field it. That's not going to save 2 seconds maybe. And you have a chance when that ball's hitting that hard from that far away, there's likely that it's going to bounce really hard toward the end zone, and it's tough to stop. So I just think you got to let that ball go.
Josh Cameron fielded it at the 7, no return there. Baron Morton has gone the entire way at quarterback for Texas Tech tonight. His numbers 19 of 26, 180 yards, 3 touchdowns, has been intercepted once on the evening. Here's Texas Tech coach Joey McGuire on his sophomore quarterback, Baron Morton.
Yeah, I was really happy, really challenged him. We talked a lot throughout the week about his feet, and because Barron's very gifted. He's got incredible arm talent. He's got a really strong arm, and so sometimes that really can affect some of your throws because you can make that throw and not really set your feet. So I really challenged him about his feet. I thought he was much better throwing the football with his feet whenever he was set.
It's Joey McGuire on his quarterback, Baron Morton, the sophomore out of Eastland. Of course, playing without Tyler Shuck. He is out for the season. The 2 quarterbacks behind Baron Morton are both true freshmen, neither of whom has played.
Wow.
Jake Strong and Will Burns. So you really need a good, strong effort by Baron Morton, and they have gotten that tonight. We gave you his numbers.
Hey, John, he really has. He's managed the game for the most part. I mean, he's kept the ball out of harm's way. He did throw the 1 pick, but that was a great play by Cade Jenkins now. That wasn't a bad read. Maybe on that, Morton probably could have got it out a little further, you think, but to have Cade Jenkins identify, locate, and pick that ball off, you didn't ever thought that was going to happen. So,
yeah.
Good game by him. Blake Shapen not far behind, 19 of 31, 323 yards and a score. And he's been forced. He hadn't had the support of a run game like Morton. Morton has 176 yards in support through that run game. Baylor with a net of 17 rushing yards on 30 carries.
All right, Bears begin from their own 7-yard line, down 32-14. Shapen backpedals into the end zone. A pass out is incomplete. Jake the Snake Roberts, the intended receiver there, and the ball a little bit low, incomplete. Will bring up 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, now what Texas is going to do is they're going to drop a lot of guys. They're going to have a 3-high shell. They're going to have guys underneath. They're going to have probably either 4 underneath or maybe sometimes 5 underneath. Rush 3. They rushed 4 on that previous one. So the underneath receivers have to find holes, not try to run away from guys.
2nd and 10 from the 7. Passes, far sideline. This one is caught. Slung around, spun around, and down. That is Keytron Jackson with the catch out to the 14-yard line, so a 7-yard gain.
It's 3rd and 4 there. I mean, Keytron there was debating, do I get out of bounds or do I just try to get the first down? Try to get the first, couldn't get it. This is 2-down territory anyway.
3rd down 3 for the Bears. Shapen throws off his back foot, far sideline. Is he out of bounds? He was. Monterey Baldwin made the catch, but out of bounds. So it's 4th down and 3 for the Bears from their own 14.
Yeah, this is going to be a check down. Dawson actually came out of the backfield, and I thought Blake was going to check it down to him. He had a little bit of a gap. The backer was watching him, but he had gotten away from him. So Blake just has to know where that check down. It's 4th and 4. Tech is playing a little coverage now.
Here's the play, 4th down from the 14-yard line. Chapin. Pass upfield. Keytron Jackson got run over by the defensive back. There is no call, no interference. Pass is incomplete. And Tech will take over at the 14-yard line. Let's go down to Ricky.
Guys, the official here on the sideline reached for his flag to pull it out and then put it back when they saw that play. So not sure what that means, but that was pretty close to pass interference there as well.
Coach Aranda having a word with the officials on this side. No call, ball goes over on downs. Tech has it at the 14-yard line with 4:01 to play in the 4th quarter. Tech leads 32-14.
Yeah, that's one you got to go for. You just wish that maybe that official would go ahead and make that call, because it looked like contact was there early. I guess the official saying it was bang bang simultaneously. And now Tech is really probably going to try to figure out a way to bang this one in, and just really that sets the game.
Yeah, you almost can't sit on it for 4 minutes. Taj Brooks with the carry. Gang tackle pushed backwards by Baylor. No gain on the play. Ball will be spotted at the 15-yard line, so maybe even a loss of 1 on that play. Timeout taken.
Baylor has called their second charge timeout of the half. This will be 30-second timeout.
All right, timeout taken with 3:56 on the clock. Tech 2nd and 11 from the 15 coming up. With a loss, the Bears are going to drop to 2-4 on the season, 1-2 in Big 12 conference play. And the loss compounded because it's an open date this Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
And so you have to just kind of stew on this loss for 2 weeks before they play at Cincinnati on October 21st.
Yeah, John, it's just, it's just trying to, coach is going to have a lot of work to do over the next couple of weeks just to keep the guys, keep the morale where it needs to be. You come out with such a high as Tech gets ready to come back in a compressed formation. One receiver to the right, Taj Brooks to Gordon's left.
2nd down 11 for Tech from the 15-yard line. Brooks the carry through the right side to the 10 and down there. So it'll be 3rd down and 6 for the Red Raiders from the 10. Clock will continue to wind. Nope, Baylor's going to use their last timeout right here.
Aranda's kind of different. He's a different cat, man. But anyway, so so it takes for 2 weeks. The guys have to stew on this, and after such a high last week.
Their 3rd and final charge timeout, 30 seconds in length.
You kind of come back to earth now.
Set the game clock to 3:45.
You have to come back down to earth now, and then you don't get a chance to cover it up next week. Go to Cincinnati next week, so you have to wait. And man, it's a lot of work. So I'm sure these guys have been going since the beginning of August. Coach will do a good job of working them and then getting them maybe a day away from it, or 2 maybe away from it. But man, that's that open week after a loss. I've had a few of those.
Yeah,
they're not fun.
Tell you what, Coach Scott Drew, his version of that is the last game before a Christmas break.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to lose that game. He says you can either have a Christmas or you can have a Merry Christmas. And it depends on how you do in that game. This one's not the end of the season or even the middle of the season. That is very much the middle of the season.
Right in the middle.
But it'll be tough not playing for 2 weeks. Here's the play, 3rd down and 6 for Baylor. Baron Morton's going to keep it. Watch out. He's going to run it in. Fake the handoff, then Baron Morton off right tackle, ran it in for the touchdown from 10 yards out. Texas Tech goes up 38-14 on the Bears with 3:38 to play in the 4th quarter.
I couldn't even, I kind of got lost on that play myself, John. Morton, there was so much action. They had a receiver to the left. He first went like he was going to go and span out to the left. Then he comes back in motion left to right. Morton acting like he's going to toss it to him. Then he ends up keeping the ball and running it. Tech bangs that in, and it's all but academic.
38-14. Extra point kick is up and through the uprights in the south end zone. It's 39-14. Texas Tech leads Baylor. 3:38 to play. Tough pill to swallow for the Bears, who, as you said, JJ, coming off that big high of a fourth quarter comeback and the win at UCF last week. Just fell behind early in this game, trailed 17-3 at halftime. Finally got in the end zone early fourth quarter, but so far it's the only touchdown for the Bears tonight, the one in the fourth quarter.
Well, and I think the challenge, over the 2 weeks, I think there's going to be a lot of, it's going to be coaches working on the psyche of the players, but I think also just kind of fundamental stuff that I think they have to get across, because if you think about it, like for 3 quarters at the game against UCF, Baylor didn't play good football. And they had one great quarter, and then tonight they had another 4 quarters of really not good football. So out of your last 8 quarters, you played 7 really not great football quarters, and that's something coaches have to get to the core of and say, okay, like what's going on? Why is this stuff not translating? And you got some extra time to work on.
Tech to kick off from left to right. Jonah Burton stands at the goal line. Let it sail over his head out the back of the end zone. Touchback, Bears ball at their own 25. 3:38 on the clock. Tech with the win will run their record to 3-3 on the year. They'll be 2-1 in Big 12 conference play. Back-to-back conference wins for the Red Raiders. They will host Kansas State next Saturday. How about K-State coming off a loss on the road at Oklahoma State on Friday night?
Yeah, really strange happening. I was watching. I didn't watch all that last night, but watched the really end of it, and I was shocked. But on the road, playing in Stillwater is like playing in Morgantown, like playing in Lubbock. Those are tough places to get out of there with a W.
Here's the play from the 25. Shapen, quick pass, caught by Monterey Baldwin. Ball pops out. Loose ball, still a free ball inside the 10-yard line. Baylor finally covered it. It was Clark Barrington who finally covered that for the Bears. Let's check in with Ricky.
And I think Clark was about the 7th guy that had a shot at that football.
Yeah, right.
It was flying everywhere. In fact, when it first came loose, I thought that was a Tech touchdown. The guy tried to scoop and run.
Yeah.
If he would have scooped it, he would have scored easily.
So the catch to Monterey Baldwin, then he lost the handle. Then the mad scramble for it. Here's a pass upfield, nearly intercepted, center of the field, intended for Monterey Baldwin. Pass incomplete. Josiah Pierre knocked that one down, nearly had the pick. So Bears looking at 3rd down, and golly, they got to get out to the 35 for a first down. So it's 3rd and 26 coming up.
Yeah, right here. It's not much you can do here. You just probably try to get it out quick, not take hits, and punt this ball away. Don't want to turn it over. 2:54 to go.
There's a shovel pass underneath to Dawson Pendergrass. Pendergrass to the 15 and down at about the 18-yard line. Not nearly enough there. 4th down coming up for Baylor.
Yeah, this is one here. You just go ahead and punt this ball away and let this clock run out. 2:34 and counting. And this is just one where Tech played better football than Baylor did today. And, we've said that a few times, but the yards don't tell it. Baylor has more offensive yardage, but sometimes it's the way you gain that yardage. Tech had 180 yards passing and 190 rushing. That's an excellent balance. Baylor had 405 passing, 17 rushing.
Dylan Schaub, the snap back to Palmer Williams, boots it away. 2 backs back there for Tech. Miles Price takes it. Watch out, he's around the corner. He's to the Baylor 40, to the 30. Tiptoes the sideline, finally steps out of bounds.
And a late hit.
And a late hit thrown on top of that.
And that's going to be half the distance. I can't even give you the 15 on that. I think that's going to be half the distance, but
wow. Cameron Bonner is going to be charged with the late hit.
After the play, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 84, kicking team.
This game will not end.
Half the distance to the goal. 1st down, Texas Tech.
They really did. It's one where Cameron's running full speed, and as he's running full speed, he didn't lay the guy out. He just kind of tries to pull up, and he does hit him. But the runner doesn't fall. But He's on that white part. You got to know as a defender, got to pull up and try to miss him. But what Joey's going to do here is going to go in victory formation. Baylor can't stop the clock any longer. They'll snap it, I think, maybe, 3 times and be really close to having this thing done.
I think you're right. Minute 53 on the clock. Morton will take a knee on the snap. Count off 40 seconds here and do it again. Big win for the Red Raiders. First road win of the season. Told you about their road woes. Just 1-6 in road games the last 2 years under Joey McGuire. But coming to Waco, they'll leave with the win tonight.
Well, if you're Joey, you know he really likes getting this one after spending some time here. There's no, the only thing better than beating your enemies is beating your friends, to be honest with you. So he's going to get out here with a W, and that's going to really bode for them well. They're now, like you say, 2-1 in conference play. Puts them in good position.
Tech picked 4th in the preseason poll. Baylor picked 6th. Got off to a rocky start to the year. That loss to Wyoming that nobody expected. Played Oregon well, but lost that game. Under a minute to go in the game. Tech should be able to snap it one more time, and that will be it. Tech over Baylor. Tech leading 39-14.
What a difference a week makes.
Yeah, good point.
Oh my goodness, that's the life of being in sport.
Take a snap, take a knee, and that will be it. Final 28 seconds. We'll count down. Here's Joey McGuire on a full trot over to meet Dave Aranda. Two will embrace, have a word, and Tech will head back to Lubbock with a win over Baylor tonight. Final score, Texas Tech 39, Baylor 14. Stay with us. The First Central Credit Union postgame show is coming up next on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Performance ultra reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
This has been live coverage of Baylor football. Now, it's time for the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we
Here we go.
down the game. Listen to highlights, talk with Coach Aranda, players, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Big 12 snaps a short two-game winning streak for the Bears in this series with the Red Raiders. We'll wrap things up. We'll go down to the locker room. We'll give you all the final stats from this game tonight, all coming up on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. We invite you to stay with us. 39-14, the final score, and we'll be right back here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Baylor Athletics Group experiences are back. Fans can now purchase exclusive experiences on the Baylor Sports app for an elite in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can submit their own video board messages to go on the big screen during the game. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your experience today through the Baylor Sports app.
First Central Credit Union is opening doors to home ownership. First Central's open door mortgage loans up to 95% of the appraised home value with low closing costs, no points, low origination fees, flexible terms, and competitive rates. Consider refinancing your mortgage or securing land for building. We loan up to 75% of the appraised value of land. Apply online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football, on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
JJ, how about sharing all the final stats from this Texas Tech win over Baylor tonight?
I think they're still updating, but we're going to roll with these, John. 341 yards, the Baylor 366 for Tech. So I tell you, it's really a very even game from a stat perspective, but on the scoreboard, Tech just really dominated on the scoreboard, 39-14. Tech, the benefit for them is they ran for 187 yards, and really they ran for 190 and took 3 yards as losses as they kneeled to milk the game away, and that was on 41 carries. Baylor got to one of my keys, get 30 rushes. They got there with 30 rushes, but for only a net of 17 yards, and some of those, they counting Blake Sachs as rushes because that net yardage is net of those losses. But 324 through the air, but it's just the mix, similar yardage, but when a team can run the ball and throw the ball, the running game sets up the passing, and we saw that today. Is Morton, 19 of 26. He had 1 interception, 3 last year, if you remember, against Baylor, but 3 touchdowns. So they only sacked once. So that 180 yards, those 19 completions, very efficient with those. Blake Shapen, 22 of 38, 324, 1 touchdown. So Blake had a really solid game. Sacked 6 times. 6 on the afternoon. I'm telling you, that's a long game. He'll be sore tomorrow. Baylor got really close to the 30 minutes of time of possession, really even time of possession. which is very interesting, is Baylor chased the game there late. But the issue, one of 6 on 4th downs, 4 of 15 on 3rd downs, and only 1 of 6 on 4th downs. So Tech went 1 of 2 on 4th downs. They were 10 of 17 on 3rd downs. And at one point, Tech was 3 of 9 on 3rd downs. I think that was to start the second half. So a very productive second part of the game. So red zone scoring chances, another issue. 6 of 8 for Tech, 2 of 3 for Baylor, and I think a couple of those, I know at least one was a field goal, and maybe that other one was a touchdown, but nevertheless, still in the red zone, not scoring. I mean, you scored 2 of 3, you really want to get touchdowns. Running game, I'm really not going to go over those stats in running game. No one really had an effective day running the ball. Monterey Baldwin had another good day, 5 catches, 126 yards. He had the 71-yard touchdown pass, reception, 1 touchdown. The next leading receiver was Dawson Pendergrass at 49 yards receiving on 4 catches. Drake Dabney had those 3 catches for 10 yards, 30 yards at the beginning. Didn't really see much from him the rest of the way. But, John, if you look at these stats, I mean, Baylor got 2 turnovers, but they only got, I believe, 3 points off those turnovers. So they got 2 turnovers, turned it over once, I believe, on a Blake Shapen fumble. But nevertheless, you look at these stats, it doesn't tell the whole story. But the story tells is that Tech got out of Waco with a 39-14 win.
All right, thanks for those stats. Ricky Thompson joins us now down below outside the team interview room, team locker room. Ricky, just a rough night all the way around for the Bears.
Well, it was. It was a tough night. I don't think there's anything that they're going to be pleased with. Open date, bad timing or good timing, that's hard to say. But I think this team has a lot to work on. So I still think this is going to be a welcome week off for this team to regroup and really get their heads around what's going on here and what the issues are. So I don't think it's a bad time for that open date. But rough night tonight, really tough time running the football. And I thought Tech really dominated the line of scrimmage on both sides.
Yeah, they did. Most disturbing, Baylor's inability to run the ball with any efficiency tonight. And then just the tackles for loss, 11 of them by Texas Tech tonight. 11 tackles for loss for 69 yards. Baylor had 2, and then 6 sacks involved there. Baylor had 1 sack, which came very late. JJ, that's a lot to overcome, isn't it?
Yeah, John, I think this is probably the second time in Dave Aranda's era that I felt like the other staff, they really did a number on us. And I'll tell you, I mean, I think Joey knew kind of what we wanted to do offensively out of our sets and out of our tendencies. And they really, that number 1 had, I'm going to get his stat line in a minute before we get out. But number 1, their safety, and I'm forgetting his name, he was either coming on a blitz most of the time off the field side, and he was reacting to run or boot, or, they had him rotated deep safety. But he had a really solid game outside of the missed interception. But, John, I mean, I think they really out-schemed us. Another time I felt like last year was Kansas State. I felt like they really had our number and knew what we were going to do, right?
Yeah.
And tonight I kind of felt like that. I just felt like everything was hard for us because they kind of had to be, what the call against us. It's a lot of work for those guys to do because I've seen Tech. I watched them play Houston. I watched them play some other games. Every team has been able to run the ball on them. Every team. So I can't believe that we're that far behind. So I think they had a really good game plan. And that happens sometimes. Teams have a good game plan. They come out with a W.
Yeah, that safety you're talking about is Dadrian Taylor Demerson.
Yes.
He was in the backfield as much as Blake Shapen was tonight.
The thing about it, John, he's listed as one of the safeties. He's probably more of the strong safety that comes down a little bit.
Right.
But, I mean, his safety's like if he's down there, that's telling you, like, okay, look, it's going to be a long day.
Right, exactly. 39-14 the final score. More to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. We're back in a moment here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Place Foods darn good player of the game. I think we're all in agreement. I think it's a pretty easy choice this evening. JJ, why don't you lead things off?
Well, John, I'm gonna nominate Monterey Baldwin again. I mean, he's kind of settled in after we wondered where he was the first 3 weeks. He ended up with 5 catches for 126 yards and a score, and of course he had the 71-yard touchdown reception, which closed it to 24-11. Giving Baylor a little bit of hope before Tech closed that up. And I don't want to gloss over, even though he didn't have a very active game because of the way Tech ran the ball, Caden Jenkins, that big interception he made was a huge play. But Monterey, in my mind, really had a fantastic game.
Ricky, what do you think?
Yeah, I can't argue with that. That's over 270 yards receiving the last 2 weeks. But I do want to say, with the pressure that he was under, I thought Blake played well tonight.
Yeah,
I mean, he was sacked, 6 times, maybe
yes,
7.
6, I think.
And was constantly under pressure. And considering that, I thought Blake played well, threw for over 300 yards. And that's a good night, particularly when you're spending most of your time running for your life. So I thought Blake played well, but Monterey's really come on. That's 2 weeks in a row, and I don't think we can go wrong with that call.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I would agree also to give Blake Shapen some consideration, because when you don't have the running game that you can lean on, and they know you're going to throw, still he had a nice night, 22 of 38, 324 yards and a touchdown, no interceptions tonight by Shapen. But Monterey Baldwin is our First Place Foods darn good player of the game, 5 catches, 126 yards, and 1 touchdown, the 71-yard touchdown. Second longest play from scrimmage this year. The only longer play was Caden Jenkins' fumble return last week, 72 yards. So 71-yarder there, 126 yards receiving, 9 targets, and 5 catches for Monterey Baldwin. Tonight's darn good player of the game brought to you by Hunn's Pickles and Relish, proud sponsors of Baylor Bear Athletics. That's a darn good pickle. Available at restaurants and food service outlets throughout the Southwest. Also look for Hunn's Pickles in the deli section at select grocers throughout North Texas. I remind you about our next Baylor Coaches Show. It comes up this Wednesday, 7 to 8 p.m. live from Rudy's in Waco. Women's soccer coach Michelle Leonard will join us. Baylor soccer playing at UCF tomorrow afternoon. So Coach Leonard will be there, and men's basketball coach Scott Drew will be with us on Wednesday. Submit your questions for the next Baylor Coaches Show to the First Place Foods inbox by tweeting at Voice of Bears. First Place Foods, that's a darn good pickle. All right, Ricky, JJ, let me ask you this question. You guys have been part of teams that have had disappointing losses, and you got to find a way to come back from it. But what about this one? You factor in also the open date coming up on Saturday. You guys ever in a situation like that where you come off a loss and you can't get back out there in a week? You've got to wait 2 weeks before you can play again.
Yeah, and John, I have. I mean, Ricky, those guys are always winning, but I mean, I have, John. You know, and it's interesting because I think back on a couple seasons where we went 9 weeks for an open date, but I've had a few of those. I think we actually played Tech. I think my sophomore year we lost to them and had an open date, but it's just a long 2 weeks. And really, normally what happens is the coaches, you think the coaches are really hammering. They're not. They're not hammering. They understand I got to help get these guys built back up. But it's just like you living with, right? Even when you go home, it's like, you don't want to hear it, but. So it just takes some time, and I think really what this team has to focus on, I don't know about you, Rick, but they just got to figure out kind of fundamentally. It's just some stuff that we're just not good at yet, which I think Coach Aranda expects us to be good at. And those are the things you got to focus on for the next 2 weeks. Forget an opponent. We just got to get better. So it's a long 2 weeks.
It is a long 2 weeks, and guys, we've got Brooks Miller here if you're all ready to go.
Yeah, very good.
Talk about just that.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Brooks Miller joining us. A lot of snaps tonight at that weak side linebacker position. And, Brooks, we appreciate you joining us here on the postgame show. And tough loss for you guys this evening. What was the week like leading up to this game tonight?
First off, appreciate y'all having me. I think it was a pretty good week, man. We watched a lot of tape. We had a game plan. We stuck to the game plan. I think we did it well, but there's obviously things we need to fix. I haven't seen the tape yet, but we just need to focus on doing our 111 a lot better than we are right now.
Sure. Taj Brooks, that running back for Texas Tech, man, he was a handful. 31 carries, 170 yards tonight.
Yeah, I give it to him. He's very patient, and he capitalized on sitting back there and hiding until just the last second.
Yeah, and Brooks, talk about that a little bit as a linebacker, because it seems like a lot of times when I'm watching, the linemen really didn't try to dominate. They just tried to get position, and then he probed, and a lot of times you guys had to wait. Talk about the approach of dealing with a guy like that.
Right, yeah. So Coach talks about, disciplined execution all week this week. That was a big thing for us, and that's basically when they're sitting in that hole and waiting to just pop out. That's what, that's disciplined execution to the T. You just got to sit in your gap and trust that everybody else is going to be in their gap.
And talk a little bit from the offensive perspective. Tech looks a lot different than, say, even last year where they really focused on running that ball. But what did you guys see from their passing game? Seemed like they really built that passing game pretty effectively to kind of, leverage that running game.
Yeah, I think they did the passing game well, but I think it's just like every other game. It's what did we not do compared to what did they do? And we just need to look at that on the tape and get better.
And Brooks, my last one here, you as I know one of those key guys now, kind of 2 weeks to go. Now you got an open date. So from your perspective, kind of what is, from your perspective, the message in the focus?
We just need to get back to our identity, take a step back, look at what Baylor football is and who we are, and go in the bye week, heal some injuries, and come out the next week ready to go.
Brooks, we appreciate you visiting with us. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
All right, man, thank you. Brooks Miller, the junior linebacker out of West Monroe, Louisiana. Good to visit with him this evening as we continue on the First Central Credit Union post-game show. It is brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Ricky, let us know when Coach is there. And, Ricky, that same question to you. Do you ever have a tough loss and then an open date the following week and kind of have to just kind of stew on it for a couple of weeks?
Well, unfortunately, yes, I did. A couple times. And, in fact, that goes all the way back to high school, JJ. We were 0-3 and lost our third game in a row and had an open date, unfortunately. And it was brutal. But we came back and won 7 in a row after that.
There you go.
But the positive things, you have to take that from this open date, too, as this team needs to recover not only physically, but mentally, I think, after a game like this, because these things can really play with you. Just like last week, I can tell you for sure that UCF took that fourth quarter to Lawrence, Kansas with them this week, and I think it showed. So I think maybe it's a better time for that open date, even following a win, because when you win, you want to go play again. You just want to keep playing. So I think after this loss, it may be a good time for this team to regroup, because not a lot of things that were positive tonight, and I think these 2 weeks could be very beneficial.
All right, very well said. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back with more on the First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 39-14, the final score. Texas Tech over Baylor. We'll be right back on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
39-14, the final score. Bears fall to Texas Tech tonight here at McLean Stadium. Let's update scores around the Big 12 tonight, the other night game this evening. Iowa State holds serve and wins at home over TCU, 27-14. The final score this evening. Elsewhere in the Big 12 earlier today, battle of unbeatens at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Oklahoma gets a 5-play, 75-yard scoring drive with took only a minute 2 off the clock late in the game to win over Texas 34-30. Dylan Gabriel leads that game-winning drive, and the Sooners hand the Longhorns their first loss of the season. Final meeting between those two as Big 12 rivals. Elsewhere in the Big 12, Oklahoma State won over Kansas State last night, 29-21 the final score. Kansas wins over UCF today, 51-22 the final score there. Our final 39-14, Tech over Baylor here at McLean Stadium. And as we've mentioned several times, the Bears now have an open date coming up on Saturday. You would think they would start the week as normal, maybe get off the weekend, maybe a couple of days over the weekend, then go back into game week mode. They'll play at Cincinnati coming up on October 21st. JJ, that's the next action for Coach Aranda and the Bears.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I mean, when you've been going, people don't think about it. These guys have been going since August. I mentioned it early. You go all through August, now you're all through September, and you're in October. Those guys really, when you're in that mode, you don't have any days off. So he'll give them a couple days. I think they'll work them, and then they'll get them. You want to get back in game mode. So I think it'll be good as a reset, but I expect him to give him that time to kind of get away from it a little bit and then come back and get ready.
All right, we're awaiting a post-game visit with Coach Dave Aranda. Give you other scores, top 25 scores today. One game in progress. 15th ranked Oregon State leads Cal 21-17. They are just now starting the third quarter of that game. Arizona leads 9th ranked USC 17-7, 8:15 to play in the second quarter.
Oh, nearly.
There you go. Ohio State beat Maryland today 37-17. The Buckeyes number 4 in the nation. 23rd ranked LSU beat number 21 Missouri 49-39, the final score from Columbia. UCLA beat 13th ranked Washington State 25-17. 5th ranked Florida State beat Virginia Tech 39-17. 11th ranked Alabama beat Texas A&M 26-20. 14th ranked North Carolina over Syracuse 40-7, the final score. All right, very good. We are ready. Top-ranked Georgia beat 20th-ranked Kentucky 51-13, the final score. Joined by Bears head coach Dave Aranda now. His post-game comments brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Coach, tough night tonight against the Red Raiders.
It was. You know, I just met with the team, and they're just really down, and rightfully so, and we expected to play well tonight and to have the performance that we had. It's gut-wrenching.
Tough to get rushing yards tonight. How much does that put you kind of behind the 8 ball of things you want to get done?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the stat line and you look at I think it was 17 yards rushing, and then you look at 6 sacks, and then you look at 1 out of 6 on 4th down. And I think those are the main tells right there. I think that tells the story of basically the whole night.
Pushed because of the lack of a running game, an effective running game. Blake Shapen thought did pretty well, threw for 324 yards, and Monterey Baldwin with another nice night.
Yeah, I think I know Blake is just very gutsy and means everything to him, and he's all is invested into this, and you know, he will fight to the end, and he did tonight. And Monterey the same thing. I mean, just his effort at the very end of it, when you know, you could make the case of that. Hey, this thing's over with. There's no chance of getting back, and he is given maximum effort and trying to get other guys to do the same and all of it. And so, you know, those two I think really stood out as positives, but we need more.
And Coach, just up front, and I know, I mean, you haven't looked at the film, but what did you see from your perspective? Just that, what was Tech doing that we couldn't really, from your perspective, get kind of that running game even started?
Yeah, we could not at the point of attack move people off the line of scrimmage. I think it starts with that. And then I think, you know, once you get past that, then, you know, they were plugging linebackers to the side of the back, and so our toss game was disrupted because of that. Because the linebackers plugging, the D-line slanting out, and so they would cross-face us into the running lane and, you know, on the backside of runs. And so if the back was offset to the left and we're running to the right, you know, we could not capture the backside linebacker. And so a lot of the runs were 2 yards, 1 yard, 3 yards. And it was that backside linebacker that we could not grab and get. And so, you know, adjustments were made, but similar to in the past, we cannot take a half to get things figured out and get things settled and get things ID'd and all of it. And, you know, I think that's just something that's way disappointing for me, and it is something that we got to get fixed.
And Coach, last one here, I mean, kind of from your perspective, I know disappointment, what is your feeling about the psyche of the team, and kind of what would be your approach this week, seeing that they've been going for a couple months straight?
Yeah, so we've got a bye this week, and so they'll be, you know, they're off tomorrow and Monday, and we'll be going Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then coaches will be out on Thursday and Friday for recruiting. And so there'll be some break in there for them. A lot of the guys that have to heal and get well, there'll be opportunity for that. There'll be time for guys to hit the books and continue with their progress in school. And then, you know, there'll be an opportunity for us to be able to invest in some of our younger guys. And then, you know, really, I mean, I'm looking at, as you look at our team, I mean, probably the biggest thing is we've got to get better at the stuff we got to get better. And we have to use this bye week as an opportunity to improve, and so that our next time out is, not this.
Coach, we appreciate the visit. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Coach.
Okay, thank you. All right, Coach Dave Aranda's postgame comments brought to you, as always, by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Follows a 39-14 loss by the Bears to Texas Tech. Let's bring in Ricky Thompson one final time. Ricky, final thoughts as we sign off here tonight.
Well, tough night. I think this was a night that Tech dominated both sides of the ball, deserved to win the game. I think that obviously we've seen our guys play much better. And as everyone said, this 2 weeks, we'll find out a lot. There's a lot to work on. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to figure out. And then you fly to Cincinnati to play another road game. Of course, the Bears haven't had much success at home, so maybe the road is where they need to be right now. And sometimes that does relieve some pressure to be on the road and just play football and have your guys around you. But right now, this isn't a very good football team, and just a lot to work on going forward.
Yeah, and Rick, I respect that. And that's the most down I probably heard Coach. Now, he's really good a couple of years, and I think what it is I mean, it's from, at some point you're expecting your team to respond. And for some reason, I think they're not responding like he would anticipate. But, I know he's been disappointed in losses, but I think he really was expecting the bounce back from, kind of a launching from that win last week, and it just didn't happen. And I think they'll be working a lot over the next 2 weeks to figure out what they need to do. And when you're 2-4, it's time you are what your record says you are. Yeah. So a lot of work to do.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Long night ends with a loss by the Bears. We appreciate everyone being with us this evening. Thanks to our entire crew here. That includes Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician, Bob Baker, our engineer here in the booth. We appreciate Michael and Lexi Martin with us in the booth tonight. Great to have them as visitors, and Amanda Miller visiting with us in the booth this evening as well. Thanks to Aaron Sexton, our network board operator, Gary Moss, network operations. For all of them, plus J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson, I'm John Morris. Thanks for being with us. Stay tuned. The postgame fan forum is coming up next. Derek Smith and Elliot Coffey to wrap up this game this evening. Final score once again from McLean Stadium, Texas Tech 39, Baylor 14. Good night from Waco.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in.
All right, John. I'll talk to you Monday, bud.
Enjoy exceptional service.
Thanks.
See
ya.
Alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path,